What is up, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable after show of my rather entertaining debate with Godless Engineer. Just having a little fun today. Decided to do a premiere. He did one of the debate earlier this week over on his channel, which just amazes me. There's not a chance, if I was him, that I would have wanted this to be forever imprinted on my follower or my subscription base. But apparently Godless Engineer, like so many atheists, is suffering from a very, very severe case of the atheist fantasyland projection complex and is unable to recognize his own devastation and the lunacy of his continued doubling down on the positions that he takes, which just are very entertaining. But not all about me, because you guys have just been listening to me ramble on the premiere for the last hour and a half. So Jungle Jargon has joined the stream. By the way, anybody who wants to come into the stream, the link is in the description. I'm about to post it in chat. If anyone wants to come on, you're welcome to hop on in, share your thoughts. And Jungle, how's oh, by the way, man, I saw your stream the other night on the mathematical implausibility of this discussion. You said you were testing things out on your phone, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wasn't able to show the video, but yeah, it was Berlinski and Stephen Meyer and David, somebody else who was talking about it. Yeah. And it is really, it's hard to believe that people are still trying to push evolution, or even, Godless Engineer, he said that you need to know the mechanism for evolution when there is no mechanism for evolution. It doesn't exist. It only changes what's already there. It's not writing the instruction that's not there. So if I can understand it, it's not complicated, So
what's funny about that is the reality that they freely admit that it's all completely random in terms of the actual formation of this supposedly new information. And then the natural selection kicks in. It's like, wait a minute. So you are admitting that it's completely random. It's only you're just claiming that what the mechanism which keeps it around is not. That's what they're claiming, right? And I'm like, so either way, you're dependent on random chance. There is no way around this. And
what they're sorry,
I was going to say, I mean, they try to come up with all these extremely creative methods to either distract or do end runs around that blunt reality. And, whether it's recombination or, these different factors of supposed natural selection, it's like, yeah, it's random. That's what it boils down to. There is no way around this. And you can either accept that or try and convince people that's not the case. Because if people recognize that it was the case, a whole boatload of folks would start directly questioning so many other facets of your supposedly proven theorem. Antangelo, welcome to the after show, buddy. How you doing, man?
Hi, John. Fine, thanks. And you, guy?
Oh, hanging in there.
Antangelo, how you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good.
Now, guys, everybody in the audience, see, Jungle. At some point, Jungle and Antangelo are going to start talking Portuguese to each other and showing off their multi-linguistic skills.
Yeah, multilingual.
So, Antangelo, I know later tonight you're going to be over on Smoky Saints channel, and you guys are going to be reviewing your conversation with Jimmy Snow on the line. You want to give us a little heads up as to what happened in that whole extravaganza?
Well, I came up with the factory maker argument, and Jimmy basically he tried to derange to evolution and minimize the problem of abiogenesis. And I was just focusing on that, and he said, "Oh, abiogenesis, that's something we have theories. It's basically solved, So it's better to watch the video, and then you guys can have an idea. But I think he is very uninformed and very arrogant. He thinks that he is the know-it-all guy.
Yeah, it's interesting how that seems to be an ongoing trend with so many of the more, shall we say, influential atheists, online atheist activists. I think they've reached this conclusion that they know everything. Anybody who does not believe in the same manner as them knows nothing, and whatever arguments are put forth can be dismissed, not based on merit, but because it doesn't fit with their worldview, which is proven beyond doubt. And
I think the less they know, the more they are outspoken, the more the louder they are. I mean,
Exactly.
Godless Engineer was. If you watch his channel, I started to see some things. He did put a new video on his channel today, and I mean, hey, it's so trash, so low level, and I mean, they have a public for that kind of stuff. He thinks he's entertaining, and people want that. I mean, but when it comes really to seriously look into the evidence, then they are completely out of the water. They have no understanding whatsoever, and that was very clear in your debate with him.
real quick, so everybody, yesterday was Antangelo's birthday. So happy birthday!
No. Sorry, I had several problems with Facebook last year. They shut me down my accounts, and when I opened this one, I said, well, I will put data which are not the same as in my previous accounts in order not to be shut down. So I changed the date. But my birthday is the 30th of August. It's in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, happy early birthday and also happy artificial birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
Parabéns on your pseudo birthday.
Vale, obrigado.
Well, no, I agree with you on Tangelo in terms of the loudness. I mean, you guys heard me make this. I was making it in chat, and I've said it multiple times that with Godless, he continued to double down on his positions, and it's like, man, I honestly sometimes with these online atheists, I feel like I am at a poker table, and the river has come. I know the opponent has nothing, and yet he re-raises me. And it's like, okay, at this point, now do I just call the bluff or do I re-raise? And lately, I've been re-raising, and it's
I
just
was
like,
watching. I was
like,
watching.
forget the call. Let's go all in, boys. Let's do it. Go back up your BS. Let me see it. And of course, they immediately attempt to obfuscate and circumvent any actual substantiation of their position.
I think it was last night that I was watching an episode of yours, John, where this guy John Anthony, I think that's his name, was in the chat with you, and you literally cornered him, and he had no escape. And you see literally how they simply do not want to acknowledge the obvious. And then straight away he went out and continued with his trash talk on the chat. I mean, it is really not a matter of reasoning. It is a matter of will and what they want. So
well, you know what's funny about that, Antangelo. So, Smokey is actually going to cut that out for me. However, I was getting some massive entertainment from that earlier today. I actually happened to have that video pulled up and timed right to where you're referring to. So, just for the audience. So, folks, this is the other night. This is like 2 nights ago. Whole bunch of us late night are having a good time over on Smokey's channel. And this John Anthony character who Antangelo was referring to, for like an hour before I came on, he had been dancing around with Nephilim Free and Nicholas and all sorts of folks on this topic, right? And I couldn't help myself, and I had to come in and have some fun with it. So let's just say that this ends with him refusing to take a position on whether or not it was reasonable for his hat to require a designer.
That's just ridiculous.
Which, I mean, at the point where you won't take a position on whether or not your hat needs a designer, I don't know what to tell you other than you're just dancing around. Theory perspective.
I don't know. I don't. In my opinion, when I think of code, I think of something like you're talking about, like computer code and things like that. I'm not a geneticist.
No. We're not talking about genetics. We're talking about information theory.
We're not talking about DNA.
We're talking right now.
I keep asking for the real scientists.
Theory. So, what is the literal definition of what constitutes something that is or is not a code?
I have no idea.
So you have no idea, but you're saying that DNA actually isn't a code, even though you don't actually know what a code is.
I didn't say DNA is not a code. I said from what I understand. But I don't understand a lot about this. I'm not a geneticist. I don't.
Dude, you literally said verbatim, DNA is not a code. Do not lie. I heard you say it.
Yeah, I told him. I said he doesn't know what to believe.
Let's try being a little more generous. Let's try being a little more generous. But John, let me make this point. I'm going to suggest everybody's a little more generous to you, but I'm going to make this point, though. I just point out that you've been saying that you don't believe God exists, but you won't tell us what you think is plausible about the cause of the universe and biological life. That's like saying your God couldn't have done it, but I don't have a clue what could have. So it's really a dumbfoundingly vacuous way to go about debate. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have a clue, how can you tell us that teleology is not the cause of it? You can't, see. So that's the point. You've been intentionally vague this whole time. You've been in here for, 40 minutes or something, and we can't get one square answer out of you. If you want to engage these intelligent people about stuff, you've got to have a view about something and be able to expound upon it. Okay?
It's interesting because every time I do try to say something, someone else jumps in.
All right, let's leave. I'll tell you what.
We didn't have a chance.
All right, Jungle, enough. Okay, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it to LPP and John, but let's let them have their chat, and we're just gonna all step out of it. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Okay, so John, in the context of any type of code, is there a encode alphabet and a decode alphabet?
Well, what gives you the indication that I have any expertise in this field at all?
Okay, if you create a code of any kind, do you have to assign values to whatever is being encrypted?
I have no idea. I don't create codes. I wouldn't know.
Okay, do you know what Morse code is?
Do I know the Morse code or I know what it is? Yes, I know what it is. Yes.
Okay, it's dots and dashes, right? And different combinations of dots and dashes equals letters, correct?
They represent letters, yes.
Yeah, they're representative. They're equal to. They aren't the actual letters themselves in the context of what we construe them from an English language perspective or whatever language you're using, but they are representative of and equal to, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's one of the fundamental components of any type of code is you have an encode and a decode and alphabet, and each side is equal to each other. So in binary, for example, 010001 equals capital A. Now, do you think it is remotely plausible in any scenario without an intelligent agent that 01001 could become equal to the letter A?
But you would need someone to invent the label 0, 1, and A.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is a fundamental component of every aspect of every code that has ever existed. There has to be an intelligent agent to assign the arbitrary values that are now going to be equal to each side of the encode and decode process.
No, I would say there has to be an intelligence to assign the labels.
Right.
Okay, so that doesn't tell us about
the equal values, right? What you're labeling is the equalization of the values of whatever the data is. Whatever is being represented by each side of the encode and decode alphabets has to be equal to each other when you're doing the labeling. Okay, this is like fundamentals. Now, it's arbitrary. It is semantic meaning that is assigned to the syntax that you have now created in this code. In the context of DNA, you have syntax of things such as for start and stop signals for different amino acids. And for example, AUG equals start. It literally equals start in context of transcription of the data. Then you have a syntax of 64 different variables that are equal to the different amino acids that need to be transcribed and then translated. That's one of the other aspects of communication theory. You have the encoding source, you have the encode process, then you have transmission through a channel,
and then you have a translating device, the decoder on the other side, which decodes and then puts the output of whatever that message is that's gone from source, encode, transmission.
Quick sidebar, everybody. It amazes me that's the stuff I'm talking about there about like the basic communication theory. I don't understand why the atheists are so desperate to avoid addressing those concepts when there are so many papers about that, and how like coming up with extraordinarily complex different algorithms of how it all works in relation to information theory. Like nobody disputes that Shannon information logic applies to genetics. Like nobody disagrees with that anymore, and except for online atheist activists. It blows my mind.
The problem is that
Hey,
so
John,
that you admit that information is stored in DNA, and that was actually also an issue yesterday at my call with Jimmy Snow, when I said that a minimal cell requires prescriptive information. Then he said that was the thing that he was not in agreement with. And he said, I don't agree with that. That is not true. And then I continued and explained to him that a minimal-sized genome with 1.3 million nucleotides, which specify a minimal proteome, is absolutely essential to have a minimal self-replicating free living cell. And of course, at the moment that you say it is prescribed, then that implies a creator. And that's the thing they want to deny. So that's the problem why they always try to say that there is no code. That's the reason.
No, I agree with you completely on that. Tony, do you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I don't know if you read up on Doug Axe, because he gets into the protein argument and how none of it. Yeah, you know about him.
Yeah, he's actually his book. And anybody hasn't read it, it's the is it Unexplainable? Oh man.
Yeah, it just came out. He's got some origin of life researchers in there actually agreeing with him, and they're atheist. He also talks about metabolism first, and how basically in these experiments they're using pH manipulation, they're using phosphate buffers, they're using high concentrations of chemicals that would never be available on the early Earth. Now, I've mentioned this to atheists, and I mean, you just get nothing but denial. So, these chemicals that they're using, they wouldn't be there under prebiotic conditions. So they are clueless.
Oh, completely. And it was the book by Douglas Axe is Undeniable. That's unbelievable. That's the YouTube show. But you're absolutely correct on that. And I think the foreword of his book is even it's from the chemistry professor emeritus from.
Yeah.
I want to say it's USC. I forget the exact. It's a California school into that. But he's a pretty well known chemist who like freely admits to being an atheist. But then he also in the foreword admits that he cannot discount Dos Axe's math.
I've also read that
he's not making this up. This is not like just like this is no. His arguments are legit. Whether or not I agree with them, and we won't be able to find a solution is not the point. His argument is correct from a mathematical perspective.
Yeah, and he's got these atheist chemists that are agreeing with him. I think also there's I think 200 chemists. Over 300 chemists trying to win this $10 million prize. So if that is supposedly a creationist plot, because this is what I'm hearing, that the Perry Marshall $10 million prize is, he's never going to give the money away. Okay, well, do it. Prove it, and you can get the money, So it's like, this is a conspiracy,
Molecular alchemy, Douglas Axe. He was at Cambridge for 12 years while he was developing, doing this rather massive study on the probability ratio or the ratio of functional to non-functional proteins, and I believe it ended up coming out to like 10 to the 77th in terms of functional to non-functional was the was the math, and I think he based it on minimum of 150 amino acid proteins.
And what's the smallest protein? As far as left-handed amino acids?
I forget the exact number. I think it was it's like 42.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Anyway,
It's
just want to let you know.
124, if I am not wrong. I can look it up.
Well, I want to say there's a like some one of the proteins that like interacts with the membrane. I want to say it's like it's not really a functional protein. It's more just a.
It's ribonucleic acid has 124 amino acids.
I mean, I just want to know from the atheist community, if it's not a code, what is it and how does it form?
Well, let's get some more entertainment here real quick.
All right.
Decode, output. This is a fundamental basic of communication theory. This is a unquestioned reality to be what is happening in biology. There are papers at the yin-yang on this. Now, why is that? Because you have DNA, which is the source. You have the transcription process, which translates it into, encrypts it into mRNA. It is then translated and decoded by the ribosome, and then the output is a protein.
I'm going to skip. It's a
fundamental basic. Now,
I'm going to skip to the point where he talks about his hat. It's too good.
Without pre-existing enzyme catalysts. So if you, it's volts in a computer, and it's like, yeah, dude, you're 100% correct. But then we created all of the other components that can then translate what those volts mean when going through all the logic gate circuits. That's exactly what is going on in biological systems. Nobody in biology, or in nobody in, I mean, for goodness sakes, there's literally a field of biology called computational biology. Where they're diving into all this stuff. The fastest growing segment of research is being done by computer scientists in cells because they recognize them as being Turing complete, that there's literal code, and the way to crack this and to be able to do research and figure out how it works and to be able to create synthetic genetic circuits. And we're creating Boolean logic gates. We've MIT modified the Verilog assembly code to be directly translated into genetic code. And so to me, at this point, when you have literal programming languages being modified to be directly translated into the other programming language, which is the genetic code, for anybody to be arguing like whether or not this is like direct corollary is nuts. And the irony is that what's being said in the papers is that the computational capacity that's happening in biological systems is exponentially greater than the best of what we've already come up with. There's even, this is December of last past year, there's a whole conference where the keynote was on how DNA computation has greater potential than quantum computers. So when you think about that, okay, so the information processing capacity that's happening in your cells right now has the capacity to have greater computational function and capacity than quantum computers. I would say that it is beyond all doubt at this point that the fundamentals of the argument I'm making are fact. So I go back to you. If what I'm saying is true, then do you actually think it is logical, plausible, and probable that all of that can come into existence without the requirement of an intelligent agent prior to its formation?
I said I would have to see what the experts would say in it.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, if what I just said is true, is it logical, plausible, or probable that an intelligent agent would not have been required?
Would it not been required? I wouldn't know.
Okay, do you think one of the quantum computers that is currently being developed by Google, GE, or Microsoft, do you think it's remotely plausible that a quantum computer could build itself?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
The fact that this guy keeps dodging on quantum computers building themselves, I mean, the desperation of the atheist is very entertaining to me.
So, if a computational system, which is superior to the quantum computers being built by Google right now, is literally operating inside of your body right this second, do you actually think it is remotely plausible, given what you just said, which I don't know, I don't think the quantum computer could build itself, but in biological systems, we have superior processing capacity. Are you suggesting that the superior processing capacity did not require the intelligent agent and could create itself?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things are getting...
I'm asking direct hypotheticals, and you can't answer a freaking question. It's a hypothetical. I act like everything I just said isn't actually proven in and currently being published. Let's just say it's a hypothetical. Is it logical, plausible, and probable that something superior to the computers that are being created by Google could come into existence without an intelligent agent?
I can't say it's impossible.
So you just said it was impossible for a quantum computer to come into existence, right?
Computer. I said as far as we know. I didn't say it was impossible.
So basically, you are incapable of actually having balls to say anything definitively. Is that basically where you're at?
Can I add something?
I'm not an expert in this field, like I've already said.
Hey, we're talking about hypotheticals, man. Like,
Okay.
Well, let me interject real quick.
Hey, one more thing.
Let me add something.
Hey, 1 second, Neff. Let me dumb this down a little more for you.
Wow. See, I have it at one time.
Dude, you have been dodging things. You've been acting like an idiot. Okay.
Have I made one snide remark towards you? Have I made one snide remark towards you?
Did the hat on your head create itself?
Have I made one snide remark
Did the
towards
hat
you?
on your head create itself?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow, you're gonna dodge all the way to your hat on your head.
Not that he's well. Come on, dude. Really, not that you're aware of. Come on, bro.
Dude,
Come on.
Put the headphones. Put the headphones on.
That's the only thing that covers everything that's called a god.
Well, that has nothing to do with any kind of God claim at all.
Anyway, I don't know how to. Then obviously they went on from there, but I don't know what to say at this point.
So these people
needed a designer. I mean, get out of here.
So John, these people that understand that it is a code, and they're still evolutionists, they're still trying to find a natural cause for the programming being written, the codes and the passwords and the different languages, all that stuff. They're trying to find a natural cause for all of that. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. And no,
Well,
there is nobody in Origin of Life that I'm aware of that denies that this is the case. Now, they like to put forth, they have all these hypotheses that could potentially explain it. But to my knowledge, 0 of them have been proven or validated. They are nothing but pure conjecture. And I mean,
despite all the math,
this happened, and 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 this happened. Then,
despite
maybe.
all that math to the contrary, they're still holding on to a natural cause.
Correct.
And then people wonder why I question their IQ.
Yeah. It's beginning to reach the level of, I joke about this for those in the audience who ever watched Happy Days, and when the Fonz jumps the shark while water skiing. It's it's become a euphemism for something that's just like gone past all reason and plausibility. And I'm like, at what point are we going to accept that the premise of abiogenesis is jumping the shark? I mean, good Lord, heck, jumping the shark's more reasonable than abiogenesis.
Yeah, of course, especially with the Fonz, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, come on, folks. The Fonz jumped the shark that didn't exist yet. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah.
I posted recently at my timeline that flat earthers that believe in aliens, they are more rational than those that believe in abiogenesis.
Oh, I would agree with you on that completely. I mean, the level of, well, here's the thing, like, believing in aliens is actually a much more realistic conclusion under the premise or under the overarch of evolution being true. Like, if evolution is true, if abiogenesis and evolution is true, then the existence of aliens is a completely reasonable and rational end conclusion, right? I mean, good Lord, we have the SETI project that's been like federally funded. So I mean, believing in aliens while we were we've spent billions trying to find aliens. Like, that's not an unreasonable position to take, right? But if abiogenesis and therefore evolution is not plausible, then the existence of aliens is not plausible either, other than that they were also created by an intelligent agent just like us.
Right.
I mean, the fact that the atheists and the academics and the academic atheists seem incapable of comprehending the paradox in which they find themselves, I find it extraordinarily fascinating. I'm just not only are you guys stuck in a paradox, you don't seem to comprehend your own self-created paradox. It's an
I
interesting.
think it's a very good thing that abiogenesis has in the last few years come more into focus in the atheist debate, because evolution has been traditionally a crutch of atheists. They were always able to fill the gap of understanding with evolution, and that's what they have done for decades. But now they are really showing what they are up with, because they do not have any more the crutches of evolution, and the only alternative to intelligent design in abiogenesis is chance. And even today, some at uh, the video of yesterday at the line, they say, "Oh, it is a physical necessity," but physical necessity doesn't specify a sequence of nucleotides, so that is also discarded. And when you show them that the only alternative is actually chance, then they go in full denial mode. Then they say, "Oh, we've not figured it out yet. We don't know yet. Science is working on it," and so forth. And when people like John Anthony in that episode, when they are confronted very clearly with the evidence and then simply deny it and do not give a clear answer, then we know what we are dealing with. It's not with the evidence, it is with willful ignorance and with the will to deny God. That's it. That's it. And that's why Paul said they are inexcusable, because they're suppressing the truth. They know the truth, but they are suppressing it because they don't want it.
Yep. Exactly.
No, that's a very good point, and some of the irony is that there are not all but many of the origin of life researchers who they freely admit that the goalpost is being moved further. The more they work on the problem, the further the end goal becomes. And what I find interesting about that, and this kind of correlates back to the level of denial of the evolutionary biologists as well as just the atheists in general, is they're acting like the literal reciprocal is true. Like, no. They're getting close. Like, they're almost there. And it's like, no, they're not. I mean, as of 2020, there are so many different fundamental facets just of like RNA replication that they have not solved. And it's like, you can't even solve the first two steps of your already very arbitrary, pretty far out there abstract that's freely admitted that this is a very, very implausible premise. And it's both implausible and improbable, but it's the best one we've been able to come up with. And they can't even solve like the foundational pieces of, like RNA world, for example. But then on the flip side, in debates that we engage in and all these videos and stuff we listen to, it's no, they're almost about to solve it. It's like, no, they're not. As of right now, no, they have not gotten closer. I'm sorry. That is a categorically false statement. But the atheists just refuse to even accept this premise.
Yeah, because I remember a long time ago when they were doing the Miller-Urey experiment with the formation of amino acids. Basically, they haven't gotten any farther along than that, basically.
No, not at all. And the level of irony of where we currently are at in the understanding of our existence, like the requirements for our existence. But when you extrapolate, it is nuts. But when you really contemplate, like in my debate with Godless, right? So he tried to go off on a little tangent about voltage and logic gates, and like, oh well, that's just determine and interprets the information, all this kind of stuff. Like, okay, so there's two ways to look at the computer technology, right? You've got the hardware and the literal physics that is being manipulated in order to read the data based on logic rules that have been created by intelligent agents. And then the actual semantic meaning and structure of the data that is being expressed through controlled physics and chemistry. And it's like in biological systems, what the atheists, whether they be activists or academics, they're trying to act like all you have to know is how the logic gate works in a computer, i.e. the voltage differences. Not, and even though you admit that the code is there in the hard drive, you're not wanting to explain how it got there in the first place, just that it is here, and now this is the way it's expressed. Through, like, oh, the control unit reads it and then sends over the ALU for this. And all. It's like, wait a minute. That's literally what you guys are trying to like draw the line at in biology, in biology, and in evolution and abiogenesis, while refusing to acknowledge both A, how the information got there, and B, how the freaking logic gates that are manipulating electrons manage to form. Like, this is what we're talking about, folks. And they don't want to address this.
I think, John, that the major problem which has unraveled to me recently is the fact that there was no chemical selection or evolution, and there was nothing that would have selected the materials required. And that starts at the very basic level. And they claim that there were about 500 different amino acids on the prebiotic Earth. There was no selection mechanism to select the 20 used in life. And the same applies to nucleotides at the bases. You can have, recently in 2019, they came up with a science paper, and they said that there were probably over 1 million different combinations possible to have the bases. And the basis requires a very specific order of nitrogen and carbon in order to have Watson-Crick base pairing. And the size of pyrimidines and purines must be just right. You need a space of 25 angstroms when you do the base pairing to have the DNA ladder. And that must be the right space in order to have the hydrogen bonds. This is all very, very finely tuned. So you have a big engineering problem because it is a molecular engineering which must be just right. And you cannot have an engineered artifact without an engineer. So this is a huge problem. And anyone, when you elucidate this and the opponent is honest and he doesn't have to be an engineer or someone with a scientific background, but as I am doing now, explaining this in a relatively simple manner, anyone with an average intelligence can understand this and can figure out that, well, if there is no engineer or selection process, then you can't have the right sizes, the right materials, the right selection of the bases of the right amino acids that can't be joined together at the same building site to start to make something. There was no energy to start enzymatic reactions. These are all absolutely huge problems, and they are easily understood and recognized. And anyone that is honest about these matters will very soon and without big explanations come to the conclusion it's not possible. It must be designed, it must be engineered, it must be fine-tuned by someone that knows how to do it, which has foresight.
Well, I would agree with you on that. And, molecular alchemy is a PhD, supposedly. If you think the state of the art stops at Miller-Urey, then you clearly haven't read the literature, like thousands of papers over the last 65 years. Dude, we're very, very aware of this. We're also aware of the fact that fast forward to now, A, the Miller-Urey has been basically discounted. But B, they're now trying to figure out methods to come up with subsets, like subcomponents of the building blocks. Like, oh wait, we can't actually account for like actual nucleotide formation, so let's come up with some pre-nucleotides that somehow came into existence, which then evolved into nucleotides, which then, I mean, come on, dude. Like, you think that we don't know what we're talking about here? We don't read. I'm not up to date on this. Like,
it's
yes,
open mic.
Yes, we are, bro, and it's open mic, as Jungle's saying. You can come on in, but I mean, this is 2020. This is a recognized premise.
Call your scientists, call your biologists, and bring them here to save your baseless belief of evolution.
Molecular alchemy. He says he's a PhD molecular biologist, and I think he said something earlier about.
Well, he can call a friend. Call a friend and get the courage to come in.
Maybe a biochemist as well. I'm not sure, but I mean, come on in, dude. Prove us wrong, because I'll just pull up the review papers from this year about Origin of Life on how they're still at the same spot as they were 65 years ago. We can go ahead and do that.
And these people should be ashamed. Oops.
I wrote recently an article. It is here in the private chat. I can put it also in the public chat. And I list 17 distinct problems in relation to what we are discussing now. And I think they think, oh, it's just a problem of the information. It's just a problem of the genetic code. But there are so many different problems involved, and they are problems in regards of how to make the hardware, that is the nucleotides, the amino acids, but it is also the information problem. First, to construct the language, to have the genetic code, then how to store the information, which is then stored through genetic code, and then the transmission. It has the whole pathway has to be error checked and repaired when errors occur. And then you have the machinery which has to be assembled. I mean, the ribosome is so hugely complex. So there are so many distinguished problems which really make the whole thing a riddle which is not solvable by natural means. And that is very obvious. It should be special obvious to actually who understands these things, like people which have a PhD.
Right. They should be ashamed of being showed up by a couple of somebody from the Amazon jungle that hardly ever went through Bible school, and other people that just know basic knowledge of chemistry. They should be ashamed of being showed up like that.
It was funny today in the afternoon. I saw a comment of my colleague yesterday, and the guy said, "Oh, you have no understanding about molecular biology. Go back to the Amazon jungle." Because they think that I am Brazilian because I live in Brazil,
Oh, yeah. I'm from the Amazon, but I'm American, but I'm from the Amazon.
Yeah.
I went to a private American school in the Amazon rainforest.
What I find interesting about these, we talked about this before, but the concept of unless you have PhD in insert subject, you can't possibly have a valid position or possibly have an understanding. And it's like, one of my personal ambitions in life, it's part of the reason what was one of my, back in my days of like hardcore entrepreneurship, one of the driving factors for why I wanted to become rich was the objective of being able to hire PhDs to come be my personal tutors so I could be the modern version of a Renaissance man in terms of knowledge.
Nice.
And the premise behind that is that I don't think that having gone to and gotten and jumped through a bazillion hoops to get a piece of paper has any bearing on whether or not I have the IQ to comprehend and reach conclusions and have make analysis or create hypotheses. And the fact that academics in the modern era, not all, but many, operate from this perspective that unless you have jumped through all the same hoops that they have, therefore you can't possibly know, that's such an ignorant position to take. especially in the era in which we live of information access.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you read a freaking book. I read a book. You listened to a lecture. I listened to a lecture. Like, how is there any difference in whether or not I understand it or you understand it? We're only thing at this point is whether or not we both have the IQ to understand something. And I will happily match my IQ up against just about anybody. And no, I recognize there's plenty of people that are smarter than I am. I'm not arrogant in that fashion, but I know I sure as heck I'm a lot smarter than the average bear. And therefore I can come to, you know, rational deductions and conclusions. And anyway, enough of my tangent about that stuff.
Yeah, I had the same kind of mindset when I went to look for a career or, you know, a vocation in life, that I knew I didn't want to spend money going to school or time going to school. So I thought, well, which is the best way to make money so that I can, you know, make a living without having to pay for an education and be indebted for most of my life or whatever. So then I chose the route of being a mechanic, went into the Army, got training, became a mechanic, and I just retired after working 30 years for an airline. So
Yep.
I went that route without having to go to school. Yeah.
Well,
I think that Hoyle's example of the making a jumbo from a junkyard and the tornado going over it, this is something that has never been debunked. And of course, they have tried to claim that evolution explains the complexity in life, but that is just shifting the issue. And it is clear that Hoyle actually didn't mention evolution. He was referring explicitly in regards of the origin of life when he made that example. And this is a very nice exemplification and illustration of the problem. And that is something that anyone can really understand, that you cannot make a jumbo just from a tornado going over a junkyard. It's a very nice illustration and it's very obvious. And I have recently tried to understand how the cell gets its shape. Like a blue cell has a different shape than a neuron. And I have listed over 30 different mechanisms that actually prescribe and instruct how the molecules and the organelles and the microtubules and so forth, how they have to behave. And it is really a relation of information, injecting information, and then the mechanistical part of forces being directed through that information. And when an atheist says, oh, it's just chemical reactions, that is such an uninformed and stupid assertion, because it's not difficult to understand that anything that has a relation with machines and factories is something that you need first to have the instructional information to define how the machines and the factory has to be. And then upon the instructions, the factory and the machines, they are made. And that is what we see in the finest and highest level in the cell and in multicellular organisms. It's always a relation of a multitude of informational mechanisms instructing how to build things. And if we understand that both has to be present at the beginning, the information, the instruction, and the parts, the mechanistical parts, the molecules, then it is obvious that both are tracked back to intelligence.
In the context that we were talking about, like the ability to understand, it's like Antangelo is a engineer creating machines that create machines and create products and other aspects of that nature. And it's like, you don't think that somebody such as him is going to be able to quickly comprehend something that's exactly the same as this concept in terms of biological systems. Jungle, who's been working and figuring out how different machines work and operate and how they interact for 30 years, you don't think they're going to be able to rather rapidly analyze this when they understand the like, oh, well, that's what's going on. Okay, well, I know what to look for, because you have been operating inside of either creating or modifying and understanding different components that require the exact same logic that we see in biological systems, except obviously dramatically more advanced than anything you guys have messed with. But you recognize that, okay, this must be here. Something of this nature must be in play, because I know from experience that without it, this sort of thing isn't possible in terms of interdependent parts and such.
I never saw a working part make itself or randomly made. And
You know
we consist of all you know, like Tangelo, I think you said 21 different elements that are all working parts, not to mention the molecules that they make up. And they're essential.
4 different epigenetic languages. But what stuns me is, in my debates, I hear several times atheists say, oh, for natural things, we have always found a natural explanation. This is such a stupid statement, because science has no explanation of basically anything in regards of the natural world by natural means. And what science is discovering more and more, and I think abiogenesis research is good for us, because the deeper that they dig, the more what is unraveled is more and more complexity. I mean, when I was studying recently, as I said before, how cells are shaped and get their forms, there are so many, over 30 different signaling and information mechanisms, which in various ways instruct the molecules inside of the cell how to behave. And they direct so many different molecules in the cell. So it is, rather than becoming simpler, investigation in science demonstrates that things are more and more complex. And of course, that points to design and not to natural mechanisms.
Yeah. If they have to admit that there's a code, then they have to admit that there's a creator. And that is against the major tenet of atheism, is that there can't be a creator. So they have to deny the code that's right there in front of them.
Yes, and there is actually the mechanism in regards of abiogenesis, but as well in regards of biodiversity, which replaces evolutionary theory, is the same. It is information, prescribed instructional information, and various signaling networks. That's where it boils down.
Yeah, there's signaling and passwords and information they don't even know where it's coming from.
Yes, yes. There are so many information systems where they don't know where the information is stored, but I suspect that a good part is stored through bioelectrics. How it's stored, I don't know, but there has a lot has to do with electricity, I think, and it is very difficult to quantify. But that's why scientists have not yet been able to quantify these different epigenetic codes. I know only of the explanation of the glycan code, which is stored in the structure of the glycoproteins on the surface of the membrane. That these structures, they are the codification, and as well on the histone tails, the different structures on the histone tail, they also bear information. But there are so many other different epigenetic codes where science has no clue. Like the splicing code, nobody knows where the splicing code is stored. I mean,
Yeah.
if you splice it over 300 times to have the human genome has about 20,000 genes, and it splices for 6 million different protein species. That means that one gene can be spliced over 300 times in different ways to have different products. where is that information stored? Nobody knows. And that's
So how far have they arrived at understanding the glycan code? I think you said.
Not a clue.
Yeah, they know the structure. They know that the structure of the glycosylation of the protein, it bears information which is then understood by neighboring cells. Now, the code itself has not been cracked. They still don't know how that code actually encodes information.
And you say there's more information from the glycan code than from the nuclear DNA?
Yes, you can have millions and millions of different combinations. It's much more complex than the genetic code. And
well, and this is where it comes back to the prescriptive downline logic that has to exist in the genetic code of the creation of the proteins, which then can create the glycans, which then can express an entirely different code base, but also one which can send through its manipulation, sends signals back to the nucleus for the variable expression of genetic code. I mean, it's so amazing. That's why you guys have heard me talk about like the API integrations that we see in modern human technology. There's API connections in biological systems. That's one of the kind of things that I'm referring to. Of like, what the heck do you think this is, folks? You have secondary and tertiary other systems that are operating like all these other functions over here. But then there's an API in which commands are sent. Like, this is exactly where there's connection here. Like, how are you guys not comprehending this? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the atheists. Like, this is so obvious to me, and how they're missing this is amazing. Now, before we get back to this, so Smokey Saint has decided to grace us with his presence. Smokey, do you have internet again, my friend?
I believe so. I believe so. It's pretty much been non-existent for the last 2 days, except for a nice window of time to convert praise back to Trinitarianism. Other than that, apparently my internet has been down. But no, the tech just left after like 2 hours here trying to figure it out. So yeah.
Did he turn back to Trinitarianism?
He did finally by the end. Yes, he did.
Okay,
there's a lot of semantics going on with that too. So it depends how you're looking at it. Two people can look at it the same way and describe it two different ways, but they're really describing the same thing.
Well, we came in and we came in and really dissected it, in a couple of really key passages. And, at the end, Praise was even making fun of Unitarianism. So like it was successful. It was a good time, and praise God. Praise God. Good. So we got closer to truth.
I don't want to keep buttering you up, but you have a way with words.
Thanks, Jungle. Yeah, don't get my ego too big, guys. Come on.
Now, Smokey, I know that you, and we kind of touched on it a little while ago, of trying to give people a little teaser for your stream tonight on Tangelo about his call into the line. Are you ready? Now that you have internet again, are you ready to jump over?
If Tangelo wants to do it tonight, I'm ready to do it. Absolutely. I have the thumbnail pretty much done. It's up to him.
Yeah. For me, it makes no difference if we do it here at John's channel or at yours, whatever you guys prefer.
We can even play it here, man. We could do a reaction right now.
Yeah.
Do you want to do it? I know you get that scheduled, Smokey. If you want to do a stream, we can bounce over.
Well, I don't even have it scheduled yet. I mean, I have the thumbnail ready to go, but I have the description ready, but I haven't actually scheduled it because I haven't had the internet. I wanted to make sure my internet was going.
Okay, so should I just pull up the video and we dive into it?
Sure, man. You can't. I mean, we're all here. I mean, we can just do it.
Okay, like I said, I didn't want to. I know you didn't think about this. I don't want to steal a stream from you.
No, man. No. It's no. Actually, I'd rather we do it kind of more on this science-heavy side. Anyway, man. Let's get at it.
All right.
I want to address something, John. You were interacting with that PhD guy at the chat, which was asking you about what defines cell differentiation. And I had the material already, but I didn't distill the different mechanisms. And I've done that just after you guys talked to have it for myself. And
I'm going to warn you, though. John. I'm going to clip it off your channel and make it its own thing on mine.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm still waiting on you to send me the clip from
that's
your
happening.
channel.
Well, by the way, I felt compelled.
Not having internet, I don't know what you were thinking, man. Like, I had this already.
Well, yeah, I couldn't do that anyway because it was downloading the clip too. But anyway, I did get the clip downloaded, and I've been adding little subtitles here and there that I think are intrinsically necessary to point out things to the audience. So so we'll have a nice little video to go. Yeah.
Tell you what, Smokey, do you want to take the lead on the line?
It's up to you, man. I have some interesting thoughts to share.
All right, why don't you share your screen?
All right, that's fine.
And we'll
Oh, but speaking of which, let's start with this. Since we're going to start with something, let's start with something hilarious, by the way, because Tangelo caught this today. This is a chat. This is a chat between a Tangelo and Jimmy Snow. And Tangelo says, what is the function of the information stored in DNA? Is the assignment of codons to amino acids literal or analogous? And Jimmy says, there is no information stored in DNA. And then, of course, Tangelo says, no kidding. So what is the function of DNA? Jimmy says, the function of DNA is to replicate proteins. Tangelo says, nonsense. Ultra-reptarianism at its finest. Keep embarrassing yourself. I don't know that word. I'm sorry.
Ultra-reptarianism, it means someone that thinks that he has an understanding of something, but actually doesn't have any understanding whatsoever.
Oh, we call that the Dunning-Kruger effect, I think, in America. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And Jimmy says, you doubt that DNA replicates proteins? And Tangelo says, so you were too lazy to look up why you are posting nonsense, right? Keep embarrassing yourself. It's pathetic. Jimmy says, do you doubt that DNA replicates proteins? And then Tangelo, hi, theist friends. I'm an atheist to tell you guys DNA replicates proteins. And there you have it.
This is down there, and if you open up the link, then it shows literally a shit guy talking shit.
It was ridiculous. That is the most insane thing, and he keeps downing on it. That's hilarious. That's amazing. Okay, let me pull up the here. I think I had it earlier. Hold on, let me get to it. Library. I was watching it a little bit earlier, and it was hilarious. It's like, well, we're gonna get to it because I don't want to ruin it. I don't want it because there's some hilarity just in the beginning. Like before we even get to a Tangelo's call, there's some hilarity. Like
okay, so quick sidebar. So, ladies and gentlemen, you need to recognize the level of Smokey's ego to which he has the background of his desktop, his name. I mean, Smokey.
Trying.
Do we need to stage an intervention for your swelling ego? Yes.
It's just I think it's more appropriate that it show that than anything else. For during.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah. As opposed to, I don't know, most people. I think, it's actually amazing. I see a lot of like the production value of the atheists. Like, are they even trying? Like, I mean, I'll give Rage some credit for finally, like, quote unquote, getting there. It took him a while, but like a lot of these atheists, bro, it's just they just think that people are so interested in what they have to say. That's all they need to do.
Well, it really is. I have to give the intro until it turned out they had jacked up like the voiceover. The intro of the line was like pretty legit. I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool.
Right.
And he's like, oh, so I guess we had the wrong audio. Wow, dude, you don't admit that. Come on now. So anyway, go ahead.
All right, beautiful. All right, let's get at it. Hope you guys can hear it. Make sure
I'm getting no audio right now. Okay.
Hear it now?
Yep.
Tonight on the line, Where the Heck is God? With your host, Jimmy Snow, and featured guest, Hemant Mehta. Welcome to The Line.
Well, that wasn't correct.
Apparently, I'm Tenet now. I mean,
I
I'm
think
honored.
I think perhaps the audio was not changed out. Let's find out. Let's find out what happened. We're just gonna redo it.
Okay, first note. Sorry, I have to say this. First note. Just to start off with this, it's very deceiving. It's very deceiving to me that we're dealing. I mean, this is what is this? What is this? What is this? What's happening? What's happening? This is, we got the gamer chair. We got the low cut blouse. We got the red lipstick. What is this? What is this? The only thing missing is a trampoline in the background. What is this? E-Thought host an E-Thought day. What is this? What is this? I'm sorry. I just, the opening scene of all of this, Soy Simp himself and the E-Thought. Like this opening image blew my mind. I'm sorry, guys. I had to share. I actually do like his intro.
Tonight on The Line, God! With your host, Jimmy Snow, and featured guest, Jen Aldrich. This is The Line.
I don't know why it was so much less echoey than I should have just taken it live like this. Tonight on The Line, where did Jimmy put his spoon? The answer may surprise you. Welcome, everybody.
You know what? There are minors watching.
I don't care. That is the mistake of the parents who allowed such a thing. Welcome, everybody.
For the children.
To a special episode of The Line. This one.
Yeah, by the way, parents, if you let your children watch this show, you're horrible people.
Titled God, because I've run out of ideas.
That also sounds a lot like me when I'm absolutely done with you.
Joining me tonight. Oh my God, so many ways to interpret. Joining me tonight is Jen Aldrich from a show that promotes her alcoholism. What is it called again?
The Atheist Wine Down, WINE. And I only drink once a week on it, so I'm not a full-blown alcoholic.
Yeah. She only drinks once a week on the show, but off the show 14, 50 times. Welcome to a special episode of The Line. This is actually Jen's intervention. That's what
this is my intervention. They are forcing clothing and non-alcoholic beverages on me, and I'm not happy.
Your drinking has affected me in the following way. This is a Sprouts receipt.
How hard do you think the simping is going to get here, gentlemen? Seriously, like we're already, I think, at about a level 6. What do you think, guys? Level 5, level 6 in terms of the simp level here. It's pretty hard, isn't it?
It's rather.
Could she have potentially dressed slightly even more inappropriate for a call-in talk show about theism and anti-theism? Could there potentially have been a more inappropriate outfit to have? I guess lingerie, straight lingerie. Pull the full E-Thought, right? What is happening, guys? Right?
Yeah, it's pretty epic. There's no doubt about that.
We're going to get started here pretty soon, but we have open lines, so make sure that you call in. Look at that ticker at the bottom of the screen. Why is it running like that? It's running like so slow.
I am going to warn your audience. I am not the big philosophical, theological person, so I'm probably going to be learning a lot more tonight than
no kidding.
Arguing.
And I'm sick, so I'm going to be going to the bathroom and leaving the show.
Who wants to guess the gamer girl doesn't know much about philosophy, yet isn't a show to discuss it? Ain't that interesting? I wonder why she's there, guys. What do you think?
Go to you like 900 times.
God, no, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're on about here.
We're going to be hosting a dance party.
That seems more appropriately
I like
fit
taking
for you,
over
madam.
the computer for just a moment so that David, for the 1 second of stuff I asked. Oh, no, David, you still have it. Never mind. All right, doesn't matter. I saw him move the mouse and he didn't need to. We have open line 720-619-2288. Give us a call. We do have, it looks like 2 people on hold right now. One of them, we're going to play a game, and I'm just going to put him on notice right now as we take the call.
Notice.
Because he has been banned from every show at the ACA, and he has been hung up on.
Bill says Jen is there for 2 big reasons.
Who's that? Who could that be?
Bill, I'm going to just have to call into question where your mind is going right now. I think, Bill, I think you may be giving in to temptation right now, and there is some. I think you may need to ask for forgiveness tonight.
Well, let's face it, guys. She's admitted she knows jack all about philosophy on a show that's primarily about philosophy. So what the hell else would she be there for, right?
Kiffy, she's not theological or philosophically inclined at all, is she? She's just there for the cheap eye candy.
Fair enough, Cappy. Fair enough. I agree.
By people on this show. And
hey, at least they know their audience, a bunch of weed-saturated, angsty little Zoomers that do nothing but pleasure themselves all day. At least they know who they're appealing to, right, guys?
That's true.
What we're all going to find out is that when I'm sick, my patience level goes way, way down. So
he's also been blocked by me for excessive friend requesting.
Let's do this. Oh, Tangelo.
Hey, Tangelo, is that true?
Okay, so
is this true?
Tangelo, is there anything you need to confess? Have you been stalking Jen Aldrich?
To be honest, I don't even remember if I contacted her anytime. No idea.
I think she's just used to saying things like that, like just because of her status. Like, oh, every man just wants me. Oh, you disgusting, vile e-whore. No one in this room wants you, madam. I promise you.
Well, she does.
Okay, so Bill Morgan's now trying to defend his statement. I'm a man, not lusting.
Good on you, Bill.
From Brazil, you're on notice. Let's see if you can behave.
Yeah, as a being has.
Jim, I always behave.
Oh, always, huh? Well, let's just say that everything in the past that you think was you behaving wasn't. So behave different.
And that's funny too, because he's so like Tangelo. You're so nice when you call in. Like you're so sweet and kind and gentle about it, and you just ask questions and make your statements, and they just get so triggered. Because they can't answer you, they can't respond to anything, and then they accuse you of acting poorly when they act like trash clowns in response because they can't defend themselves. It's so weird that he throws that out there. But of course, Jimmy Snow can't possibly provide an example of any of your bad behavior. He's just going to throw it out there like a blanket statement ad hominem because he's a low-rent, cowardly trash can man that he is. So yeah, well played, Jimmy. Jimmy, you're a moron, dude. Seriously, you are a complete grade A idiot.
From that, and you'll have a better chance.
I'll notice it, Tangelo.
I will see.
All right.
Typical slander.
You're right. Go ahead.
See, look how it's opening the conversation. Just so all my audience knows, this guy, I'm just going to let you know that I am labeling this man with a reputation of supreme troll, blocked from all shows. So just take that in mind before he actually starts saying anything. Jimmy, you're garbage, dude. Seriously.
Glory George Tangelo. Challenge us.
Okay, let me present my argument. It is the teleological argument of design.
Okay.
And I will present you two syllogisms. If you want one, or I can present you two. Okay.
Let's do the fastest.
The first one is the cell has a sophisticated information processing system. It is not only analogous to man-made computer, but operates literally as a computer. Computer programs require programmers, conscious agents with knowledge and foresight who can code the needed instructions in the right sequence to generate and functioning an information-rich program. Since cells contain an information storage system, DNA, a code language, the genetic code, and instructions encoded through the genetic code stored in DNA, and an information transmission system that is encoding, sending, and translation. All this requires a programmer. The programmer is with high probability an intelligent designer.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my evidence.
Tangelo,
evidence not based on God of the Gaps.
Have you really not ever read or even just had this discussion with another atheist about the teleological argument? Because the biggest thing here is that And you are behaving so far, so we're good enough. We're good enough on that end so far. But you're talking about an argument that I know I've had on this show and atheists have had to all the time. You want us to accept the premise that our biological, that DNA in our bodies are the same as a computer, instead of it being that we are pattern recognizing individuals, and metaphorically it compares well to a computer. And when you see certain functions, you can say that is similar to this function, even though there are distinct differences between. But also we understand the concept of the compounding complexity via evolution, and we can demonstrate that in the past things were less complex and they have become more complex as you apply time to the system of natural selection and of evolution. And so when you're talking about, like, right now, and you look at the ginormous complexity of what you're calling this computer program running, we already can demonstrate the biological development of that. So the only thing that you have left to go with on this, God had to have programmed it and he was an intelligent designer, is whatever that first abiogenesis moment is, because that is the gap you have left to work in, that he apparently programmed that cell, but luckily gave it this kind of ability to develop into something much more advanced than it originally was. And you don't have any evidence for that. We already have plenty of evidence that you can create abiogenesis events via chemical means. We just don't have a demonstration of the precise way it happened on this planet.
This is really bad.
No, let's pause.
Okay.
Jimmy, you idiot.
Outcast, that is hysterical, my friend. And you know, anybody who says that there is not semiotic information capacity in computer coding does not see the little, I think that's a face. It might be boobs. I'm not sure. On the side of Outcast message, it could be both. You know, I'm seeing some eyes. It could be.
He wants
I don't know.
soy milk.
But extraordinary creativity, Outcast. The fact that you know the which symbols to use to make that face is impressive. It's very impressive, my friend. Oh man, that's a good one. Okay, continue. Sorry. Oh wait, hang on. Caustic, great response to that. Jenny giving me a bit. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Natural production. We don't have a good reason to believe that abiogenesis didn't either. However, I'm not going to sit here and say the abiogenesis event was A, B, or C until we have adequate evidence. So you're coming to me with this computer program that I'm supposed to be impressed by the complexity of current day humans, mammals, and other animals, when in reality, the only thing that you could say needed that to happen was that first moment and that most simple cell that was able to self-replicate, and errors were allowed to evolve. And I'm just not that compelled by it. And while you don't think it's the God of the Gaps argument, I think that's what you said. It absolutely is, because you're just dependent on the abiogenesis argument.
Hey, Jimmy, shut the hell up.
Well, I would say it is not a God of the Gaps argument. I presented to you a positive argument, and that is that blueprints, instructional, prescribed, complex information, and machines and factories made thereof based on that instructions are always sourced back to an intelligent source.
Yeah, I don't think you listened to my argument at all. But you used a word that's the key word here in the giveaway. You said prescribed. Demonstrate prescription, because I am saying I see no reason to acknowledge it until we have a better reason than a descriptive method of explaining what's going on. So please demonstrate prescription.
Well, first of all, a minimal free-living bacteria, it has about 1.3 million nucleotides, which encode for a minimal set about 1,300 proteins. That information must be there in order to have life starting. So There is no doubt that
You get that, Jimmy? That information has to be prescribed, you dumpster brain soy-based moron.
Yeah.
there is no question in science that DNA stores information through the genetic code. So there is, I don't know how you can claim that there is no information required, and that information that must come from somewhere.
Boy, you know, it's hard
which
enough to defend the
goes-
positions I actually present. And now you're going to make me defend positions I never presented. I told you to demonstrate prescription because you used the phrase prescribed. I told you to demonstrate prescription. You went on about bacteria and the 1.3 million nucleotides being required for life as though that was the very first cell. I have news for you. It wouldn't have been. It would have been something extremely much more simpler but still capable of self-replication than bacteria. So now please, if we can get back to my question, demonstrate prescription because I reject that it is a prescribed thing. And let's see. Jen, do you have any thoughts you want to jump in before?
please.
Hang on, pause.
You're back in my head again. I'm just like, okay, Jimmy's just gonna sit in my brain then. Like as you're saying this, like I was like, oh, okay,
Who wants to think that everything that Jimmy's been saying has been what's in her head? Who wants to believe that for
what I was going to say is there's not going to be anything that comes out of her mouth that's remotely intelligent in this time.
I'll bet on it. But let's, oh dear Lord, let's see. Hopefully something
So I'm
does.
just gonna sit here and balance my checkbook while you know.
Yeah.
You hash this one out.
Oh, this is good. This is why they brought her here. She's going to sit there, look at the camera, and balance her checkbook. So again, gentlemen, why is she even there? I think we know. Outcast nailed it.
But my question, I actually do have a question.
Go ahead.
You tout intelligent design and you want to compare computers and cells and humans and everything else. Humans made computers. So why would it be a far stretch that we wouldn't replicate something that we already understand that biologically happens with our own bodies?
Oh my God.
Why does everything have to be tied to an intelligent creator?
Oh my
like
God.
That? Why couldn't we just replicate it?
Go ahead, is it D'Angelo?
What the actual hell was that statement? What even was that statement?
Well, it's the irony is that her talking point there is actually an extraordinarily common one that we hear. Like,
she just said it in a retarded way that none of us could recognize.
Well, no, actually, I've heard that that talking point delivered very similarly. Actually, it's an extrapolation from the puddle analogy.
Yeah, and everything.
Right, and they're obviously they're counter. To those who don't know, it's a counter to the watchmaker argument, and that's the point she's making is just an extrapolation of that, or an attempted extrapolation of that. That, well, of course we're able to create computers because we have that capacity already in us. I mean, it's like just like the stupid hole filled everything for life to exist, therefore we can't recognize it. Exactly. They're trying to apply that same illogic to the position.
Would the atheists be able to tell the difference, I think, between intelligence in a pile of sand and a sandcastle?
Well, I would say that John Anthony made that rather clear when Nephilim tried to.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Like if John Anthony was to walk up on a sandcastle, he wouldn't know whether someone built it or maybe the waves just happened to come in a special way that day. Apparently, right?
Yep.
He wouldn't be able to decide. That's right. Because he's too spineless to take a position on that. Yeah, of course. Oh my God. Okay.
Otangelo. Sorry. Otangelo, go ahead.
Okay. The nucleotide sequence, those 1.3 million nucleotides, they must be sequenced in the right order, like a blueprint. I'm a machine designer. In order for me to make a blueprint which goes to a factory, I need to specify the machines, the materials that will be used. Everything must be precisely specified in order for the factory workers to be able to understand what has to be made, and then based on that blueprint or that instructional complex information, the machines and eventually a factory will be made. And that is an analogy of what happens inside of a biological cell. The genome hosts that kind of information. It is prescriptive because it specifies precisely the proteins that will be made, which then will be joined in a metabolic network and permit life to kickstart. So that information is effective.
You are switching what you are describing as prescriptive.
It has to be,
so
it has structural information.
When an organism goes through the process of replicating itself, yes, there are things that you can say are going to happen, that they were, for lack of a better word, destined to happen, and you can try and call something like that biologically prescriptive. But what you are talking about was life in general being a DNA code that is a...
Wait, the functions in cells are destined to happen? Is that what he just said?
But they were not prescribed.
They're not prescribed. The functions in cells are just destined to... What does he think it is? Bubbling chemicals that just magically do things or they have to do? What even is this argument?
It's atheist cause and effect illogic.
Jimmy Snow, you're a moron.
Yeah, nothing he said so far has anything to do with what Angelo said anyway.
What'd you say there, Jungle?
Nothing Jimmy Snow said had anything to do with what Otangelo said anyway to begin with. He was talking about the mind and everything else, you know.
Yeah.
Not even related.
Neither of them are really addressing much of it at all, in my opinion, truthfully.
Put into place by an intelligent designer. As I already ran through, we already understand the process by which our replication and what the product of that has become, how it has become so complex from a much simpler source. So the spot that you are left with, the gap, I dare say, is that first cell and what where its ability to self-replicate came from. Adding the complexity to it on top of it is not proof.
I think, gentlemen, unless maybe you can correct me, I think the evolution of single cell to multi-cell is basically just a massive, gigantic assumption and full of scientific conjecture, is it not? Has there been any type of well, we can't even create our first cell. So I don't think we could ever possibly create a cell to instigate any type of change of that cell, could we? I mean, are we believing that this is some sort of proven science that single cellular life can develop into multicellular complex life? We're just taking this on science.
That's the word complexity. That word complexity, they get confused by that because that's not programming. It's just complex, which doesn't mean anything.
As Godless Engineer informed me in the debate, according to whichever, I think it was Stanford, the way that the prokaryotes became eukaryotes is that they just ate each other. And then
I remember that.
Somehow they just metamorphosized into entirely different structures.
They built symbiotic relationships with each other because they had to survive, and they just like, dude, you know what? Reference, please. What even are you talking about?
Well,
dude?
here's the thing. Literally everything they're doing is complete. I'm talking about in academia. This is all 100% supposition of just, oh, well, let's just say this happened. And then nobody can actually prove whether or not our position is true or false. And we're just going to all claim that it's true. And then if you say that it's false or not logical, that you're just, disagreeing with consensus. And therefore, you're nuts. I mean, that's where we're at. Sorry, Angela, I interrupted you there.
Yeah, he was mentioning the endosymbiotic theory, but there are two big problems there. They claim that one prebiotic cell engulfed another one and then became mitochondria. The problem is that if you take that a minimal free living cell had, let's suppose it was even mycoplasma with 500,000 nucleotides, but the genome in mitochondria has maximum 20,000 nucleotides. So there would have to be an extremely devolution from 500,000 to 20,000 nucleotides. And then there is an even bigger problem because the code, the mitochondrial code, is different than the the universal genetic code. So there would have had to be also a morph from the universal genetic code to the mitochondrial genetic code. How did that happen? So this is a completely a fantasy theory which Lee Margulis came up with, which is completely debunked.
Yes, but somehow, Otangelo, somehow, it survived through natural selection, and there was just magic mutations that occurred. It's just the way it is.
Wizard words.
We exist, therefore, somehow natural selection was able to circumvent paradox.
Yeah, that is a big problem. The transition from eukaryotic cells to from prokaryotic cells to eukaryotic cells. That is a big open question as well. And the eukaryotes, they are 15,000 times bigger in volume, 1,000 times bigger in diameter. So you need much more energy. I mean, there are so many different problems with that. It's all just pseudoscientific claims which have no evidence to back them up.
Yeah, outstanding. Okay, ready to get back to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of God, because we know where that complexity comes from, which is why you even have now today extremely theistic scientists accepting the theory of evolution as a fact, because that's what it is. So you're trying to do this loop around thing, and you're trying to switch in when you mean something is prescribed versus the theological argument, which we're supposed to just take a look at the complexity of life and go, surely that couldn't have happened without a designer, which totally spits in the face of compounding complexity over literally billions of years, an amount of time so vast that it's almost impossible for humans to even conceptualize, certainly to naturally conceptualize. It is impossible. You are trying to take these smaller concepts.
That is the atheist argument. Chemicals, time, chance, maybe a bit of sunlight, lack of oxygen, exactly the right place, perfectly distilled water, components of an earth that never would have possibly existed. But if we could Jimmy rig all that, well, you know what? We get life. You know, it's just, what the hell is wrong with you people?
And punch them into bigger
concepts. How he actually he tries to diminish the problem of abiogenesis as if that was just a small thing that
it's this tiny little gap.
Yeah,
tiny little gap you guys are trying to fit into, and we know that once you fill that gap, it doesn't matter, but once we have that cell can become all life on Earth. I mean, it's just, it has no evidence for that either, by the way.
Yeah, but he thinks he has.
And it doesn't work that way.
Well, in my understanding, Jimmy, you are conflict.
Hold on, Otangelo. Comparing it to a factory line and comparing it to a blueprint of a machine that you're putting is absolutely cheapening what goes on with the human body. It's not as simple and broken down as I'm going to put 4 people on a line, put it together, here's the blueprint, boom, it's done.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, you dumb whore. It's a lot more complex than even that. So if something like that would need a designer, what the hell are you saying, guys? Oh, she's a great contributor. This was a good idea, Jimmy. This makes you look real pro, dude. This was a good idea to bring this thing on.
Okay, first of all, Jimmy is conflating evolution with abiogenesis. In regards of abiogenesis,
no, I'm not.
Minimal complexity is required.
Wait. I specifically was the person from the onset who separated it out and told you that your whole argument from the beginning doesn't work, because the only place you get to live in is abiogenesis, which is distinctly different from evolution. The only place you get to make this argument, this theological argument, or this watchmaker argument, as you told the screener, is from that moment, because we understand the level of complexity. And that once you have that first cell capable of replicating and capable of errors, which it can build on, and that compounds its complexity, you no longer need anything more as far as saying that there was some designer. So the only thing
I would not remotely behave myself nearly as well as Atangelo does, truthfully. And Atangelo, I almost feel like you've gotten like a lot of practice at this point, like calling these trash clowns, because I don't know if I could have sat there and listened to this garbage for as long as I did. Jimmy just will not shut the hell up with the same, nonsensical, ridiculous, ignorant atheist talking points that aren't even scientifically backed. The guy is a complete moron.
He said that they can show abiogenesis reactions that have led close to something they would call the first cell, and that's a total lie. They've never come close.
Yeah, full lie.
Close. And then this Jen girl talking about the human body. What the hell is she talking about? We're talking about abiogenesis. She's way off.
Oh, we know what she's there for, Tony. It's not it's not her brain, I guarantee you.
Well, she picked the wrong career. She needs to be
well, that's yet to be revealed, I suppose. She could still come back. She could
come on in, Pudding.
We got Pudding. She just needs to accept who her audience is. Yeah, Pudding's not going to come in here. Pudding is a stupid joke. He knows we're making fun of his idiotic moron worldview. He has no defenses, no arguments, nothing to pitch. Pudding is just a complete and utter logical nightmare, and he's going to disappear into the realm of oblivious irrelevance where he belongs before he's ever going to bother anyone anyway, so we don't have to worry about him. All right, you guys ready to go? Oh, Tony, thank you for joining, bro. Appreciate the comments, too.
Thanks, man.
You can claim a design for is where that gap is left, and it's that first cell. That I understand theistic people, their brain goes often, and I was this way too, this isn't meant to be derogatory, their brain goes, I truly could not understand how a single simple thing so non-complex could result in what we see all around us. It's called incredulity, and saying therefore God is a fallacy. But don't sit here and say I am conflating abiogenesis with evolution when I started the whole thing from separating it out for you, because for some reason I'm the generous guy doing the majority of your work for you because your argument is nonsense.
I told you.
Yeah, told us what? You said nothing.
Jimmy, it seems that you know more than science, because abiogenesis research is trying for 70 years even to make the basic building blocks of life, and they are incapable to do it, and they do not have an explanation which you supposedly have. So it seems that you know more than science, which is completely in the dark to explain the information, the origin of the genetic code, why it is more robust than 1 in a million, how the codons can be assigned to amino acids. Science has no clue about that. And it's not because they are not trying. They are trying, but they see that the evidence does not lead to meaningful explanations. And when
Otangelo, this would be so embarrassing. It would be so embarrassing if you could rewind this video, and if at the beginning of the video, one of the things I said was that we don't know what caused the abiogenesis event. We have demonstrated natural means by which something like that could happen.
No.
Tell him, Tony.
Tell him. There is nothing that has ever led to that. No chemist in the world has any chemical pathways that have ever come close.
Oh, how about that, Jimmy? Once again,
I'll go on this show. I'll go on with you, Angelo. I'll get James Tor on there too.
You should, dude. Tony. I think you should. You know what? I think both of you should call on the same day and just lay into him. Just both of you. Just go into him on the same
He's a joke.
topic. Yeah, no,
total joke.
How it did happen, and that I won't say that the way it happened was event A, and I literally granted to you that it was a gap. It would be so embarrassing if that's what happened. Oh, it did happen.
What did you say you did for a living?
What do you do for a living?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living other than get drunk on camera and get tips, you disgusting e-whore? What are you asking him for?
You're a machine designer. Are you a scientist?
Yes, I am a machine designer.
Are you a scientist?
No, I am a machine designer. That's my profession.
not
No, I
accuse
am a
Jimmy
machine
of knowing more
designer.
than scientist
Yeah, well, I mean,
when you're trying to
Oh,
say
wow.
for all he knows,
But Tangelo, you're not allowed to make critiques on science because you're not a scientist, says the dumb whore sitting there critiquing you talking about science.
Because
How
they
about that
can't
one?
answer either.
How about that one? Oh, you're not allowed to critique it. Here she is on a show where people are calling about theology, science, all sorts of different topics, which she clearly knows nothing about any of, but will sit here for an hour and a half, regurgitate her moron thoughts onto the audience, and yet now she's going to say, "Oh, you don't have the expertise, Tangelo. You don't have the right credentials. You don't have the right letters after the back of your name to be destroying us on this stupid show and showing us what morons we are. Shame on you, Tangelo. What is wrong with you?"
You ever notice how they claim to know and not know at the same time?
Yeah, that's the game they play. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy is the expert. He is.
Yeah, he's an expert. Oh, we're so close. We've shown it, but we're not there yet. What?
Yeah, she's listening to Jimmy comment on it for how long here, guys? 30 minutes. She doesn't seem to care whether or not Jimmy's got credentials, does she? Oh, e-thoughts. E-thoughts are cancer.
but I don't claim such a thing, and I don't mind that. He's calling into our show because I'm not a scientist. He's not a scientist either, and we're gonna talk this thing out. By the way, your little argument about how the odds are less than or are much more than 1 in a million, and by the way, it's way, way more than that. So is virtually every cosmic event that happens on a daily basis. At somewhere above me, there is a rock burning in the atmosphere. One probably so small we're not going to see a shooting star for it, and literally the cosmic probability of that rock intercepting that atmosphere, if you go back even thousands of years to millions of years, becomes so large it seems seemingly impossible, and yet there it was, and that was the thing it was. Again, it's actually, I want to thank you, Tangelo, and I'm ready to move on already because not only
is DNA shooting stars now? What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
What was
into
that?
cosmology? I don't know.
There was
science. It's explaining rocket science now.
There was a pretty high probability that some sort of space matter was going to hit us, and he's saying, well, that specific piece of space matter that just so happened to actually hit us, what are the odds of it actually hitting us? Like, do you understand how probabilities even work, dude?
Well,
like you're not even extrapolating the right analogy to even make the example functional, let alone coherent. Jimmy Snow, you're a moron.
Well, and they obviously do not. I've noticed this is a trend with both evolutionary biologists, scientists, quote unquote, and atheist activists who claim you have to be a scientist to understand anything. They do not seem to comprehend the premise of specified versus random.
No, they don't. That is true.
That there is a, I mean, they don't want to like, oh, you're just talking an analogy. It's like, oh, yeah. Okay. The root fundamental of the analogies or the literals and the figuratives, all the same logic applies. That is the freaking point when we're talking about information theory. Like, there is no way around this. And
yeah.
I just don't, I do not understand, other than the sheer desperation to avoid the obvious conclusion that they convince themselves, and they have the confirmational bias. They're like, and, you guys have heard me make this statement many times in debates of like, in what other context would this be considered rational?
No, absolutely.
And
by
the way, dude, the freaking piece of space dust that's coming in right now, it's spelled out, Jimmy Snow, you're a moron. Would you conclude that somehow there wasn't an intelligent agent that was controlling the space dust that was flying through the...
That was a good one, yeah.
It would have been one of us. It would have been one of us controlling it.
Well, Pudding Brains told me that DNA sequencing machines are designed, but DNA isn't. So that might be better. I don't know.
Okay, so get this. I was reading a paper yesterday actually, on the error correction, like basically the way that humans had being able to store information in DNA. They were having to do like multiple copies in order to account for error.
Right.
Because we weren't being able to have the fallback error correction mechanisms that exist in biology. Like we couldn't apply all of them to, at least not yet, couldn't apply those error correction components to the syntax that humans were trying to use to store the data, right? So anyway, there's this whole paper about how they managed to pull off creating a new format in which to be able to not have to deal with as many errors. And it's like, okay. So you guys are literally publishing a paper and getting all of these accolades from the media and science, papers or journals and such about pulling this off when yours is not as good as the naturally occurring one. You just don't know how to control the naturally occurring one. How does this not make? I mean, congratulations on pulling it off. Don't get me wrong. Like very cool. But there's a better one than yours that you're claiming came into existence by chance. So, as we always say, do you think it is a remotely logical, plausible, probable conclusion that the freaking method that you came up with, that you're like getting all these, accolade for, do you think yours could come into existence without an intelligent agent, i.e. you guys and your brains? If no, then why is it a remotely logical, plausible, probable conclusion that the one that enables life to exist did? And I don't understand how that logic seems to be like fly over the heads of people. Well, I guess pudding does have pudding for brains, so that would make sense.
Oh, he does. And in fact, by the way, I'll give you a recent example. I noticed that there was a stream scheduled on his channel that was 5.5 hours late. And I was trying to wrap my brain around that. And it was, of course, the reason I noticed it because it was a smoky up your butt or something like that, like something specifically to me or about me or something of the like. So, of course, I went to it to see if maybe it had like timed out or he had done it sooner. No, he just still to this day can't figure out how to actually schedule a future broadcast. He actually has no clue to do it. He thinks he goes in there and he just sets it up and he's just good to go. And then none of his audience actually knows whenever he's actually doing the broadcast, because it will sit there and say waiting for speed for 6 hours. So he doesn't know how to do it. So,
although hang on, in fairness,
let me finish.
In fairness to Lord Voldemort, though, in the past week, he has managed to have like, I think all but one of his streams about me. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, interesting to me that when he supposedly criticizes us for our lack of knowledge of science and philosophy and the like, but he can't even get through a basic technical instructional pamphlet for StreamYards to figure out how to schedule a future freaking broadcast. But we need to trust this man's judgment on science and reality and some sort of weird, bizarre, materialistic Buddhism that he can't possibly even defend or even give evidence for. This is the man we're supposed to trust has got it figured out for us, and that we're just the ones that are behind him. Really? Meth for brains, speed of pudding is supposed to educate us, and we're supposed to regard this man's opinion and consensus about, science and the cosmos and everything else. I mean, really? Really? Like, why does he even think we should take him seriously? Can you guys answer me that? Is it just this sense of obligation?
He's the best atheist got.
Yeah, well, if that's true, then they're really in trouble.
Well, let's give Jimmy Snow a chance to top Lord Pudding.
Okay, yeah, let's let him finish up here.
Are you not listening to my arguments and then basically saying the opposite of what I said was what I said? But I want to thank you because I described arguments from incredulity, and then you made an incredulity argument. So thank you for doing my work for me. I'll give you 30 seconds, and then I'm hanging up. So go ahead and say your last piece.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. So my argument is not an argument of incredulity. It is an argument of design and blueprints and machines and factories made specifically upon the instructions of that blueprint are always tracked back to intelligence. So we have good reasons to believe that the first biological cell was created by an intelligence and not randomly. The chance to have a minimal genome of 1.3 million nucleotides would
he wants to hang up so
1
bad.
to 10 to the 700,000th of power. So it's utmost irrational to believe that such complexity could come up by random chance.
All right, see ya. I love that he started that with, it's not an argument from incredulity, and he ends it with an argument from incredulity.
That's why I just closed my eyes.
And we now know that Jimmy Snow also doesn't know what an argument from incredulity is, or the fact that if he's going to claim that we do, then he embraces the exact same thing. You fallacious, ignorant, hypocritical dumpster fire of a man.
Well, you know what's interesting? I've actually been contemplating this whole, argument from incredulity, standard talking point from the atheist, right? I think what actually causes that is they become triggered because they recognize that their position, if it actually is the truth, or when looked at through the prism being presented by an Otangelo, their argument actually does become literally the epitome of incredulity. Therefore, because they believe that they have the correct position, therefore they must do the atheist Fantasyland projection complex and do the exact reciprocal and project it back onto us. And it's like, I don't get where.
Yeah, but
think about
evidence,
this.
Though.
Well, no, I agree with it without evidence. But the point I'm making is
they do the same thing without evidence. We have evidence; they don't.
Well, I know. What I'm saying is, if the improbability is 1 in 10 to the 700,000th power, just for rounding numbers of what Antangelo was saying when he got hung up on, if that is the actual improbability, whose side which side is a justified argument of incredulity? If the improbability actually is that high.
Well, exactly.
I'm pretty sure I'm on the side of logic, and you are living in Fantasyland.
The incredulity would certainly. I think the incredulity would lie on the side of the least probability. For sure.
But what is fun, the opposite of incredulity is to be credulous, and that is what they accuse us of being. So they always switch the argument in conformance what favors what they want to be true.
No, that's very true. It's very true. Yeah, and irony of ironies. I don't think that Jen actually ended up saying anything intelligent
at all. Well, she was not there for that. We already realized.
He is a clown, and he thinks he knows everything better than anyone else. And it was very clear during the whole dialogue, through his gestures, to his behavior. He knows everything better than anyone else. He schooled me on the whole issue here.
It's interesting to me in the, like on the whole computer comparison and such, the different logic gates we have in our computers. The regulatory gates in genetics are recognized to be more complicated and have greater functional capacity than what we have in our computers. This is a recognized premise. And that the synthetic logic gates that they're putting into synthetic genetic circuits are inferior to the natural ones. This is recognized premise. And I'm just like, again, folks, you're claiming that because our tech isn't as advanced as biological tech, that means it wasn't the more likely conclusion that it was designed by an intelligent agent that is also smarter than us. I don't understand why that premise is so complicated. Oh man. So
Not
looks like
complicated.
So it looks like Pudding is. Oh man, he says he's gonna make all of his streams about me for a while.
Well, he won't come in the room and talk to you because he's too spineless and worthless. So that's all he can do is sit there and make streams. So
I think it's really funny that Michael, he speaks about himself always in the plural form. Like, we are doing this, we will do that. It's very...
So guys, let me ask you something. So since we've noticed that Speed won't come into any of our rooms and won't talk to any of us, do you think that he realizes, at least on even maybe a passive level, that every single time he tries to present his arguments or his perspective, he just completely embarrasses the heck out of himself, and now he's so tired of being embarrassed that the only place he's willing to now talk is in his own little echo chamber with his own little, trolls and crones that can sit there and pet his ego? Do you think that maybe he's actually figured it out, that he truly has absolutely legitimately nothing to offer to debate? That's why he's not actually willing to debate any of us anymore.
That's the best they can do. Just avoid us.
And I wonder about that. Like how successful does Speed think he's going to be? And look at us, Semantics. We'll pretty much go everywhere, debate anyone, talk to anyone on pretty much almost any platform. I mean, with probably a few exceptions. But Pudding just runs from pretty much every debate, every challenge, every opportunity so that he can go do a 2-hour stream on his channel about one of us. What type of sense does that make?
Well,
what type of...
Well, the irony is that those streams that are supposedly about us, I'd say 80% is not actually about us.
That's fair.
It's supposedly about us, and they occasionally make little insertions. Like, wait a minute, I kid you not. How many of these times have we heard them be like, "Okay, what were we talking about?"
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
What was the point? What was the point of the stream? What were we gonna? What
were we
gonna make up about Smokey and Maddox? I mean,
what's
it's basically
funny,
what it down to.
And I find it actually really hilarious, is that Immutable criticized both me and you for switching topics in debates. And what I noticed Immutable has done multiple times during these reviews of our debates, talking about us, is he will not discuss the topic that is on front at all whatsoever, that is even coming up in the video. What Immutable does, and this is just so ridiculous of him, and I'm fine calling it out now, but what he does is he waits until something comes up in the video or someone else in the room says something, and then he'll just spout something that he kind of knows from his chemistry like studies. Yeah. Just to make himself sound intelligent. It doesn't actually have anything to do with what's being talked about, but if he uses big enough of words and connects them with enough intention and confidence, then he convinces the audience he's doing something meaningful, when all he's doing is just basically regurgitating something he learned. It doesn't even have anything to apply. And that type of sophistry really bugs me. Hypocrisy. And Speed can't even really abstract his way out of a paper bag. He has a hard time even locating the arguments, let alone finding a way to respond to them. I mean, and I get it. He's yet to been able to formulate a single coherent argument of his own. So I'm almost thinking he might actually be full-blown mentally retarded at actually recognizing arguments. I don't know what, I think if I was to challenge Speed, okay, formulate a formal logical argument for me for anything. And I want to see if he could actually do it. I actually wonder if he could.
But these kind of people, Smokey, they are it's not about truth. It's just about taste. If you have a bottle of Coca-Cola on the table, another of Fanta, another of whatever, soft lemonade, then you try them all, and the one which you like more, you choose. It has been very clear to me that you can present whatever evidence to Michael or to Speed, and he already said in one of his streams that he is an atheist and a Buddhist, and that's what he likes. So that's what he will stick at.
That's true.
No matter what the evidence is and what the truth is. That's the point. If he likes atheism and Buddhism, if the truth is somewhere else, it doesn't matter. He will stick to what he likes.
Yeah.
You know,
No, that's true.
That's with most atheists. That's with most atheists. They are not after truth. They shape the reality in order that it fits what they want to be true.
Yeah, he admitted it even in our conversation that this is basically really what he wanted to believe. And so like he's very emotionally tied to, but he doesn't care if it doesn't make any sense, because clearly it doesn't. Like none of it makes any sense, but he doesn't care about that. Like he'll just keep like basically denying that it doesn't make sense, you know, criticize us that our worldview doesn't make sense, and he'll just keep denying. And, you know, he'll just rely upon, I think he's almost gotten comfortable relying upon his own stupidity and ignorance. Like, I don't know what he's actually accomplished or what he thinks he's learned, but he's basically, I mean, he is presenting himself almost as an expert on a lot of this stuff. Like when when we're making, like, this is what I don't understand. Like when we make an argument, like an actual argument for something, and it's structured and drawn out, and then he sits there and says, okay, you guys just don't know what you're talking about. But then he doesn't like describe it or explain it or give a refutation at all. He just kind of like walks away or leaves the comment at that. Like that's, first of all, that's coming from a position of expertise, like that he is using some sort of expertise to critique us, but he can't possibly tell us why or how. And the funny thing is, the few times any of us have actually dragged it out of him, a how or a why, or actually gotten him to take any position at all, it's a huge, complete and utter embarrassment. Like with our conversation, when I asked him just to give me one evidence for his position of naturalistic mechanisms for the origin of life, and he pointed to a stack of books. He said, there's a bunch in here. I said, okay, give me one of them. And he says, oh, I haven't read these books yet. You can't.
You know, 2 days ago, he made this stream with Nicholas, and I mean, his implicit comments were very clear to me. He was laughing about Nicholas making fun. You know, Nicholas is a very fine brother, and it is obvious that Nicholas has not studied molecular biology for years, but he has an above average understanding of this stuff. But Michael was really making fun of his understanding, and that's what atheists generally they are on of. They want to ridicule. They want to make fun of us. They want to think that they are superior intellectually in regard to knowledge and so on. And I said to him at the chat, let me in, and I will defend what you're asking, Nicholas. And he did not let me in. And I mean, hey. If you know before that someone doesn't have a very deep understanding, but bring him into the stream just to ridicule him, that is well, I don't want to say what I think about it, but it just demonstrates the motivation. These guys, they want to feel superior to us, and that demonstrates what? Arrogance.
Speed of sound is condescending, low character, gutter trash that has baked his brain out of any potential use. And he is just going to believe whatever he wants to believe. I mean, we've all had conversations with him. We've all embarrassed him and wonderfully in those conversations. We have all made him look like the raving moron that he is. And it has been fun. I mean, at this point, some of it is even a little bit depressing at this point. Like some of the defenses, I don't even want to respond to some of the defenses he tries to make of himself because it's almost that depressing. Like the fact that he gets as desperate as he does in terms of trying to like make himself look okay. I almost wonder, like I actually am starting to think, guys, that Speed is starting to realize how stupid and worthless he is on the debate sphere, and it's starting to bother him. And I think that's why he's doing this kind of like flailing about on his channel, just attacking everyone and anyone with no good reason. Because I think that he probably has come to the conclusion maybe that's all he can offer. I think maybe that's why he's aligning with the Raging Rat Roach, because that is just the caliber of type of content that he can provide to the world. He doesn't have any substance. He doesn't have anything to educate everyone on.
And in line with that, I mean, he claims that, I mean, he's making a statement right now that, John, do you have any idea how ridiculous some of the things you said to GE were? Okay, well, some of the things that get denied by people like GE, and then I'm accused of being the one in denial.
Yeah, no, wait a minute, Maddox. Quick interjection, sidebar. By the way, there's an example of that thing I just said, where he says, do you have any idea how ridiculous some of the things... Now, he'll say some of them were ridiculous. Will he actually say which thing it is? No, he won't. He won't, because he can't. Because that's all he has is these idiot, moron, meth-baked blanket statements. I'm sorry, I yield. Go ahead.
So just for example, what I'm about to read is from a paper published 14th of June, 2019. It was about ribosomes, right? Many studies have shown that to perform an accurate protein synthesis in a fluctuating cellular environment, ribosomes sense, transfer information, and even make decisions. This complex behavior goes far beyond the skills of a simple mechanical machine. It goes far beyond the skills of a simple mechanical machine has suggested that the ribosomal protein networks could play a role equivalent to nervous circuits at a molecular scale to enable information transfer and processing during translation. We here analyze the significance and establish a preliminary link between two fields, ribosome structure function studies and the analysis of information processing systems. This cross-disciplinary analysis opens many new perspectives about the mechanisms of information transfer and processing in ribosomes, and may provide new conceptual frameworks for the understanding of the behaviors in unicellular organisms. Okay, so, and obviously gets way more detailed from there on out.
You know, John, that also amino acid tRNA molecules, they also have intraprotein signaling channels that are essential in translation from messenger RNA to proteins. Hey, can you imagine that? Amino acid tRNA synthesizers have internal signaling channels which they use to do error check and repair if the right amino acid is transferred to the polypeptide. That's amazing.
Oh, so Speed admits that he can't provide any arguments, evidence, or anything informational. He can only talk about us. So he admits it. He actually admits how useless he is. At least we know now. Now we know Speed is on the same page, that he is just condescending, low-rent, worthless, meth-baked gutter trash that we don't have to worry about, because he's not actually going to even try to bring anything substantive anymore. He's basically just going to sit there and talk about us in any way he wants, because he thinks that that's what's going to work, not providing any actual arguments or refutations, or, I don't know, actually pitching his case or debating us. No. He's just going to sit there and talk about us. Apparently, that's going to be meth of sounds, a big solution to deal with our circle, gentlemen.
Well, what I really don't understand about him and Immutable and some of the other ones, it's like, I have standing offer. Make a video argument, a formal argument to me about...
He doesn't have any.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying... and I know that's not going to happen, but I'm being told it's going to happen for months now. It's like, make a formal argument. Make a formal argument video, and I will respond. I mean...
You know what surprises me, John, is that I was at Michael's channel, and he asked me, well, do you think that the information that you're talking about must come from intelligence? And I said, yes, that's very obvious. But we are talking about this for weeks and for months, but they are simply unwilling to acknowledge the obvious. The same that happened with John Anthony. is happening with Michael and with many other atheists, that we point out that codified language and information stored within that language and information transmittance channels, this is all evidence that it has to be set up previously. And it is very logical and it is very obvious, but these people are simply blinded and don't recognize what is obvious. And it is crazy. I don't understand
They are
why.
blinded.
Yes, it's some kind of blindness just to deny the creator.
Guys, before my battery goes flat, I'm on my mobile phone. Can I just add to the Jimmy and Blonde Bimbo discussion there?
Please, and God bless you, George. It's good to see you, brother. Glad you stepped in.
Thank you. Good day to everyone. You know, it's a common misconception when I hear people say that engineers aren't scientists. Hello, we use applied science. We have to understand material science. We have to understand Newtonian physics to be able to calculate loads on structural beams, so we can calculate the stresses involved, so we can select the right material for that particular instance. So engineers in practice are actually using applied science. Or Tangelo, I'm supporting you. Engineers are not scientists per se, but we use applied science more than the scientists do.
Well,
thank you.
George, are you contending against the opinion of a woman who takes shot on stream for tips from simps? Are you daring to contend against her opinion?
Well, I was about to say what's the IQ of a blonde, but then I thought about it and I thought to myself, hold on, my daughter's blonde, but she's a microbiologist. She's a microbiologist. So I shouldn't put.
Have her call.
Yeah. I shouldn't put all blondes down.
George,
God bless you, George.
When you make a sound, logical, reasonable argument, and atheists, they are unable to reject and refute your argument, then they will come up with any kind of excuse like, hey, what is your educational background? And then when you go down that road, then they will come with all kind of other excuses. Recently, two days ago, I had an exchange on a Facebook group, and then the guy said, I have a PhD on molecular biology, and you are an idiot. And then I said to him, I don't care about your educational background. I care about the argument. And secondly, when you call me an idiot, then you show that your level of education is not corresponding to your level of another kind of education, which is how you interact with other people by name calling them. And then he blocked me.
Yeah, correct.
Well, in that context, my kind of response is, well, prove it. Prove that my argument is false.
Exactly.
Like, this has nothing to do with my education. It has my formal education, not my actual knowledge base. My piece of paper
the other
has nothing to
day,
do with it. Prove I'm wrong.
The other day, Luca, he said it doesn't matter whether or not he has success as long as he's making tests and it comes out not proving anything. He says that's success. It doesn't matter. Like we mechanics and engineers, we have to have success in what we do, but he doesn't need to have a success as long as he can do a test and it come out bad or good or whatever. It doesn't matter because then he's proved that something that can't happen or something.
Why isn't Speed of Stupid and his stooge crew aware of how embarrassed they should be, skipping over all the parts of the opening where you completely annihilated Godless?
They did do that. Real quick, George, Anthony asks, does your microbiologist daughter believe in God?
She's sitting on the fence.
Interesting.
She looks at. I hear these arguments about how the theory of evolution is used in in medical research, and I've asked her this often, and they say no, they don't consider theory of evolution at all. What they're actually doing is using empirical evidence to forward their experiments, and that's the reality. You can't do anything more than that. You have to use empirical science. Did you hear that, or?
Oh yeah, no, you came through great. I mean, to me, when you really contemplate the suppositions that are made in evolutionary biology, you do realize that 99.99999% of your argument is literal supposition. I mean, you have literally not been able, it's been 50 years since you've been able to, well, 50, 60 years, like actual, in reality, the majority of in the last decade, the last 20 years, right, of DNA sequencing. And having technology to the point of being able to do like hyper accurate sequencing comparisons, right? Okay, so let's think about this for a second. Literally all but a minuscule fraction of those sequences have all been derived from either recently alive or currently alive animals, right? Or humans. So you aren't really making too many comparisons to anything that is like directly comparable to your current supposition. You have said that this is what it must have been. Complete hypothetical. I mean, think about that for a second. Oh, well, a billion years ago, this is what the sequence must have been like. Okay, have you ever had a billion-year-old sequence in order to compare it? Well, no, we haven't, but this is what it must have been. Like, whoa, hang on. Let's rewind for uno momento. So you don't have anything that a sequence you've actually done a direct comparison to. Well, no. But you're creating this entire phylogeny based on extrapolation that fits your model. But then you have giant gaps in your data, which you then create artificially to fulfill your extrapolation. So basically 99.999% of everything that you're claiming to be true is pure hypothetical supposition. Got it. I mean, think about that for a second. That's literally what it boils down to.
Yeah, I actually summarize evolution in one sentence. And that is, evolution is nothing more than presuppositions supported by a vivid imagination, unprovable and unverifiable assumptions, subjective interpretations, and outlandish speculation and conjecture. Full stop.
Well said, sir. Well said. Oh, man. So, guys, this Mini Kieran, I think is the name. I don't know. I have been getting onslaughted with comments from this person. I think I'm up to like 27 comments in a 24-hour period. So many. I'm about to put. There's a link in the description.
Oh, this is funny.
I'm about to put it in live chat. You're welcome to come in.
I found Speed's video he did this morning, and I made it 2 minutes through, and I have literally about 8 empty assertions and not a single argument yet.
Why don't we let's observe a little bit of
let's pull it up. Okay, here, let me share my screen.
Let's observe a little bit.
Give me a sec.
Lord Voldemort madness.
I'm not kidding. 2 minutes in, no arguments whatsoever. 8 or so empty, like nonsensical blanket dismissal assertions, like with nothing behind them whatsoever. It's really, really funny. Okay, hold on. And he thinks he's responding to something too. This is hilarious. Let's go ahead and play this. All right.
Oh no, boys and girls, I'm doing this again with a report. Let's see, we had Saturday night at the Atheists, and we made 100 subs. Standing for Truth said I would never do that. And I don't know, just so you guys know, I'm 25,426 days old today. And, you know, I'm probably not going to live very long, so please subscribe to my channel because you're going to feel really bad if you don't. I mean,
This is that's the worst sales pitch I've ever heard. Please subscribe because I'm gonna die soon.
We're all going to die.
Hey, in all fairness to, hey, hang on. In all fairness to Lord Voldemort, I did message SFT and tell him I was retracting his profit card because he did say that pudding would not make it to 100, and he has. So SFT can no longer be considered a profit. It's been his privilege has been revoked.
That's funny.
so today we have yesterday, or actually Saturday night, very, very late, very early Sunday morning, Standing for Truth and Fraud Ramat. Oh, I shouldn't call him that. Ramat, who likes to misrepresent himself, did a comeback on Erica and Dr. Dan Cardinal, and it was mostly a bunch of garbage. Now, I came up with an analogy that I very, very much like, and that is if you took a stack of 30 scientific papers and you took a pair of scissors and you cut out letters from each of the papers,
long drawn out empty
30
assertion,
or more, and you wrote, for the first letter would be capital M, and then you go find a lowercase y and then a space, and you would write, my model is correct. And that's what's Standing for Truth and Ramat.
really long drawn out empty assertion.
They put them up very rapidly, and they make it look like they did a really good job of proving their model. And they keep putting the same shit up over and over again. Treehouse paper, which does not support
Another
the
empty
model.
assertion.
In fact, none of it does.
Another
and
empty
you look
assertion.
at some of the other dates on the mitochondrial DNA stuff, and you'll notice a lot of 1993s and like really old stuff.
Another problem, empty assertion that old papers are somehow invalid now.
Case that pedigree mutations are what we should be using in our calculations, and of course Dr. Dan has told us in his videos why that doesn't work.
Well, why don't you explain it to us?
Anyway.
You know it so well, why don't you explain it to us?
Yeah, explain in your own words.
Today, let's see, what do I have here?
We think Dan is basically nothing but a garbage used car salesman. So why are you sending us to him? Why don't you tell? If you think the argument's so stinking good, why are you going to send us to his channel? If you're going to send everyone over to his channel for the argument speed, what the hell are you even doing your channel for?
Talk a little bit about biosemiotics, and I've linked a wonderful document that is a kind of beginner biosemiotics or semiotics. It's a big field, and it was started by Charles Sanders. Well, Charles Sanders Peirce. I was saying his name wrong. It's not Pierce. It's Peirce. Charles W. Morris and a whole bunch of others have worked on this for a long time, and recently it has become biosemiotics. And the idea behind semiotics is that of a sign. When you see something like a road sign, that it has a certain structure, and that structure is represented as a triangle. And there are a couple of different names for it. This one is like the sign. Okay, the sign is the whole triangle, basically. The representimum is like the road sign itself. Okay, we call that a sign, but it's a representative. And then there's an interpretant, which is us. We see a stop sign, and we interpret it as the object. We have to stop at the intersection. So it's about communications, and it started out describing.
I guess many agrees that we're not allowed to use old papers. Many in chat agrees with that, I think.
Language and communication between human beings, and I'll tell you why it has been extracted in biology to go quite a bit beyond any idea of communication.
Does anyone know? What's the expiration date? What's the shelf life? What's the half life of scientific papers? Because I think the idiot atheists have been throwing Millard Urey in 1960 in our faces for about 60 years. What do you guys think?
Yeah, what's the shelf life?
Why are they still using the relativity theory of Einstein, which he began to write in 1905?
Yeah, very good indeed. Theory of relativity. Yeah, you know what? It just desperation. Just desperation. Thanks, Many Karen, showing that you're willing to be the same desperate trash as Speed. Appreciate that.
Another way.
I had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you very much, John, for having me at your channel again. And
okay,
see you next
God bless
time.
it, Tangelo. Thanks for being here. It was fun.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
I got to leave too, guys, because I'm down to 5% on my battery.
God bless you, George. Thanks for coming in, brother.
God bless you all. Okay, bye.
George. All right. Yeah, what's the shelf life of their peer review? Peer review
Do we try to suffer through this? I don't know if he's even really doing a good job explaining.
He's taking a long time to say something. So
he's taking a long time to get anywhere with. Like, do we give it another couple minutes, maybe, see if he goes anywhere?
I want to see where he's going. Yeah,
I want to try and see.
I mean, I know exactly what he's talking about, and I'm very interested. This is like very surface level stuff. I'm wondering. Okay. I'm intrigued to see where he goes with this.
Okay.
You have the sign vehicle, and then you have the sense, which is the sense we make out of it, the interpreter, and then you have the referent. And I like that particularly. So this would be the road sign, and this would be I should stop, and this would be my understanding and knowledge, and having passed the driver's exam, hopefully, of knowing what that stop sign means. So.
Good Lord, not every single aspect of this, but it's called semantics, bro.
And it means, a tree, that sort of thing. So it's like this triangle relationship all the time. And I can show you how they use this in biology. If I can. Okay. These are some additional things that come up in that Beginner's Guide to Semiotics, and they talk about semantics and syntax and pragmatics, which are.
Haven't you guys heard me use those words a lot?
What does this have? Where are we going with this, Maddox? Is he? Because this sounds like just stuff that we all know. Like these things exist, they happen. Where are we going? Do you think?
I mean, he's gonna attempt to debunk it.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna read the Bible and then say what's wrong with it.
I'm not sure, but this looks like pure omniscience, man.
I think that's all that Speed has in his brain. Is
all right, and by the way, I'm feeling omnipotent tonight.
Good on you, brother. Well, we'll see how long this goes. Maybe Smokey will be motivated and start his own stream late. We'll see.
Well, and for those of you, the audience, who don't know the reference to this hilarious stream the other day on Smokey's channel, and we had somebody who literally
always
demanded that we accept omniscience as a legitimate premise. And yeah, it was fascinating. Well worth the entertainment that was derived from that one.
Yeah. And he just yelled
part of the wizard words. He yelled,
"We're all immortal," and then he rage quit. It was the weirdest thing ever. And then he came back the next day to write like 2 whole books in comments. Like seriously, that guy is mentally ill.
I think he's schizophrenic. He went from an atheist to a non-believer to something.
He was all sorts of things. It was really, really all over the place. Nutsy.
He was all over.
Yeah, he was really nutsy.
He got all his bases covered. Go ahead.
Oh, the Parsons paper. Yeah, Ian Chen was mentioning the Parsons paper that they brought up. Yeah, yeah. None of the papers. God, these guys. They just kill me. Anyway, okay. So let's see. I've attached some links to Charles Morris's work where he talks about China.
Okay, I have to bring this up. Mindbreaker left a comment today And I'm not kidding you, dude. It might be the funniest comment ever written. I think it might even top Basement Dwellers best. Like, it was really up there. Hold on, I gotta try and find it here. Give me a second. Mindbreaker.
While you're looking for that, what's funny about the comments that these gentlemen keep coming up with, the humor level. Like, the atheists get triggered by the humor and then don't even recognize the level of sheer entertainment value that we get from their sophistry. And it's like you guys don't even realize how much entertainment we get from your meltdowns. It's epic.
All right, I did find it. Okay, hold on. Let me copy it over here so I can share it. There we go.
On a side note, I see the word beta being used a lot. I wonder how long it's going to be before that becomes an offensive term and we're no longer allowed to use the term beta. It's common. It's common. You know it is.
Okay, so Outcast says
Mindbreaker.
Bizarro LPP fixing to get exposed.
Do you guys see it on the screen?
Yes.
You read it, Maddox.
All right, Smokey. I have like 2 theories regarding illogical, improbable, implausible. Either, John was jealous you had an admirer, so John, the OG LPP, created a clone that went rogue, spawned from pudding, and forged by wizard words and omniscience. But John used too much, and his clone escaped. Or YouTube heard the cries of butthurt atheists, and to protect the soy boys' feelings, it was created to avenge the betas. Nega. LPP.
That deserves all the likes.
That's a good one, Mindbreaker.
Everyone go to that channel and give that comment a like.
That's a good one.
I had to.
Right. And that is about the relation of signs to interpreters. So if we go back here, and so it would be this relation here, the sign, and the sense, or the interpreter, or interpretant, or whatever. And it's that relationship that where we come up with pragmatics. Signs mean something to us, so it's pragmatism, that sort of thing. And I apologize, I'm not very good at all of this.
No kidding.
Teaching stuff.
No kidding, Speed.
Okay, this is from one
Explain the pragmatism.
This is about Morris. And he makes a definition of pragmatism or pragmatics. And this is where we run into trouble with creationists.
Do we?
He
makes
it. I hope you can read it. If from pragmatism is abstracted, the features of a particular interest to pragmatics result may be formulated somewhat as follows. The interpreter of the sign is an organism. The interpretant is the habit of the organism, what you know about the stop sign. Because of the sign vehicle to apps and objects which are relevant, goes on. Anyway, there's a criticism of him, and that criticism is very important to us when we go into biosemiotics. Pelk and his critical comment was that Morris's calling it an organism locks it into a narrow view of what a sign is. And it doesn't cover things like semiosis would not include cases such as the reaction of a mammary gland to the pituitary gland hormone prolactin. To treat an organ as an interpreter and a substance secreted by some organ as a sign would be excessively stretch the scope of the concept of sign semiosis. So that's where we get into, we can abstract away from human beings, that signs have to involve an intelligent agent. And we can look at amoebas, and amoeba is going to find a gradient, and it's going to interpret that sign, the gradient, as moving one way or the other, moving toward or away from it. And that would be the object or the result of the sign. And that would be based on the chemical structure of the amoeba. So we can abstract away. And now when we get into DNA, I'm going to have to share a different screen for this. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I think I do.
Was there a point? I don't know if I heard one. Was there a point?
Well, okay, so the problem with, and this is indicative of the standard atheists, like just blinders. They're completely refusing to comprehend the premise that the gradient and the different sensory mechanisms in the amoeba that enables it to react require information processing capacity that is formulated via prescriptive information requirement for those mechanisms which enable the information processing. This is the entire point.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, is he trying to prove creationism here right now? Like,
here's the
because it
thing.
almost sounded like that's what he was doing. Like he's actually like making the case. Yeah, this is required. This would be needed for an intelligent agent, and this is what they say. And then he like gives like no argument to the contrary. Like, I'm confused.
Well, apparently, Pudding is passing John's special rendition of gene regulation around to some actual geneticists. Go for it, bro. Let's find out if there's if my logic is incorrect. And I mean, Speed, you talk all this trash. Apparently, I'm going to win a prize for that one alone. Well, given the fact, Pudding, that I can back up my claims directly from literature published by geneticists. I guess whichever ones you find which claim that I am false, let's talk to them directly and let's get them on video. I will bring up the positions from where I derive my arguments, and they can publicly say that the authors of those positions are categorically false and are making things up. Let's see how big those cojones are when they have to publicly claim that their peers are 100% false in the context of logic gates and such in gene regulation. I look forward to that.
Indeed.
I look forward to that. And yeah.
So their claim is that pragmatics writes a programming that's not there, and which is required for evolution, for one thing to become another thing, to become another thing, to become another thing, to become another thing. It's all pragmatics writing instruction that's not there. I mean, it's not complicated.
Something? Oh my goodness. Okay. So this is going to work, I think. I think this is going to work. Okay. So we've got a little diagram here, and the creationist talking point is that this stuff here is, let me see if I can get a color. So this is the codon in DNA, and that would be the sign. And the interpreted or sense is going to be the tRNA. So what happens is there's a group of a couple of dozen or 3 dozen tRNAs that connect a particular codon like AUG, which is the nucleic acids in the DNA. They connect it to, this will lock into it. This becomes a code interpreter. And on the end of this tRNA is a little amino acid, and that would be methionine, I believe. If I don't have this, hope I don't make a mistake. And so it's attached to an amino acid. So there is no strict relationship between these, or it seems so, that there's no relation. So it becomes a code because there is no relation here. It requires an interpreter to tell you what the sign means, and that's what a code is. And then that amino acid, well, actually, the amino acid down here that gets attached to the protein, to the growing protein strand, when proteins are translated, is the object. So basically, this is the interpreter, and this is the object. So I probably shouldn't put that there. But anyway, so that's the whole ball of wax for creationists. This is their talking point. Yeah, Matt likes to talk in threes. I don't know. He has a few styles. If you listen to him,
is he going to refute it? Like, so he was summarizing the talking point, and now he's going to refute it, right?
I don't know. I'm very fascinated too, because so far he's just proving my point.
So far I think all he's done is prove the necessity of creationism by going through this paper. Am I losing it here? Did he where's the argument? Speed, you might want to come in and explain where the argument was, because we can't find it.
Let's just keep going. Let's see what he's got. I'm very fascinated to see what he comes up with there.
The same things over and over again. Syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. Well, semantics is the relationship of signs to other signs. Semantics.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
excuse me, that's syntax. Semantics is up here. So this is semantics. This is the meaning of the sign.
The meaning.
Okay.
Yep. What it's equal to. Yep.
And relationship of, if you had a number of signs, the relationship of one sign to another.
Baby steps.
Syntax over here. Okay. And the pragmatics is kind of down here with what actually.
Yeah, we know what all it is, Speed. We're waiting for the argument.
Protein chain. So biosemiotics and the Royal Society papers, we're going to be going over one tomorrow, if I can herd my cats together properly, because I need a little help with it.
God.
Go over Kunin on
oh my God, how are you not embarrassed by this?
Biological information. That's going to be the paper. So anyway, that's pretty much what it is. I hope I've explained this. If I haven't, please let me know in the comments, and I can do it.
I'll let you go right now.
No, there's no explanation at all. We need one. All you've done is proven the necessity of an intelligent designer for all the syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. What is wrong with you, Speed? We've heard a zero argument for your case. You should come in here and point it out for us. Guys, seriously, I'm missing it here. Where is it? Speed, put it in chat. Just put it in chat. Put it in chat for us. Where's the argument? What was it? What was it exactly? What did we miss? Because all you did was prove the essentiality of intelligence and the necessity of code. So where is it? Help me. Guys, help me.
Well, I noticed he put a stop codon in there. I mean, where does that? How did that come about?
Well, and here's the other thing is that AUG in
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm saying like AUG.
It means start, doesn't it, Maddox?
Well, that's the thing is in eukaryotes, not all, but the majority of eukaryotes, it means start. But in other organisms, it means something entirely different. So, in the context of the semantics, ladies and gentlemen, and the additional reading capacity that is required for the information processing of the code, if the same freaking codon-anticodon match can be equal to an entirely different amino acid, then this means that it has been programmed to equal this and to be interpreted as the appropriate one inside of the overall syntactic relationships that have been assigned for that particular type of organism. Does that compute? That make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Like, this is not rocket science in the context of coding logic.
No, it hasn't been. And it hasn't been since we went over it last night with John Anthony either. So I don't even know what the hell he's even trying to point out here.
I mean, I don't get it of... Like, we know beyond doubt that there's multiple different code bases that are leveraging the exact same logic, but in a different semantic context. Like, this is a well-known premise, and it's a conundrum. And then, oh wait, humans have been able to create their own, like, restructure the syntax to be equal to other things. Like we know we can reprogram it. So if you can reprogram
if you can reprogram it, but it's not a code,
then that means it's freaking programmed.
No, it isn't, Maddox. You're lying.
I mean, it's like we can reprogram it.
It's
Therefore,
just analogous, man. Don't you know what an analogy is?
I mean, I don't know. It's why I honestly wonder at just the level of dumbassery that we're dealing with. I mean, I just don't understand it. Like, no, something that can be completely reprogrammed to equal a different arbitrarily assigned syntax and semantics. Like, we can do this, but the original didn't.
That's not a code. We didn't use code to do it.
Calm down and get a Diet Coke, and you will have a better perspective.
Well, I appreciate you you helping me to recognize my ignorance and suffering from incredulity.
Very funny. Very funny.
I just can't. I can't.
A code is a code is a code. You know, what's so complicated about it?
Okay, something else I find very interesting about all this is
I'm gonna post your link again, by the way.
Oh, for the
remind people that want to come in, especially speed of stupid meth pudding.
So you know what I find very interesting in the context of the which ironically is leveraged by the dumbasses to supposedly be evidence of bad design, but the synonymous codons. Like from a information theory perspective, having the synonymous codons has so many different positives in it as we're discovering more about the dual syntax, for example, and like the other subset code bases, right? So all of my diatribes about like translational pausing, for example. Okay, folks, if you have two different commands, you can either send two separate messages, or you can send one that can be interpreted as two if you already have the translation mechanism on the other end of the line, right? Or you can assign, or you could assign based on a high usage of something. You might create a shorter version of it, or a less a lower value of bits in terms of transfer, that based on the fact you need to transfer this one a lot, you're going to make it as efficient as possible, right? In terms of how you're mapping out your code. We do this all the freaking time, but you know what is required when you're making those assignments, those value assignments? You have to know what the future outcome is based on your expectation and your foreknowledge of what is going to occur.
Look at many Karen. Look at this saying, are you saying DNA is a programming language, like a designed programming language?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, that is exactly what we're saying. way to finally catch up.
That's the thing. They've been lied to, and they've been believing this nonsense. That's an analogy and everything.
Yep.
And
It's
if they
just
understood it was a code, they would know that there's a creator.
Yeah.
Oh wow. And here's many. Again, are you saying that DNA is identical to our programming languages? Actually, Many, what I'm stating is that it has all of the capacities that ours currently have, and then a whole crap load that ours do not have the capacity to accomplish.
Like, we don't even have, I don't even think we actually probably have the collective intelligence to appropriately apply all of the logic gates and tools that are actually in use in our biological systems. I don't think we're actually even smart enough.
So real quick, so Many, you
keep track of the information.
You make all of these assertions in your ridiculous number of comments you left on my channel of how basically I'm just ignorant. So you can either, I'll have you a couple options. Number one, you can come into the stream.
Ooh, I like that.
number two, you can tell me directly in chat what your background is in terms of you're claiming that we're just ignorant. So what is your background in these subjects? Or three, you can get muted. Your choice.
Amen. Ooh, I like it. Smoky rules.
Or go cry to your side.
And to answer this dumb question, now have you ever seen a programming language not made by a human? Okay, so the answer is no, with the caveat of a Google quantum computer AI was being able to create its own programming language, which freaked everybody out and shut it off. But outside of that, no, there has never been a code base or programming language ever been derived without the requirement of an intelligent agent to do some of the things I was talking about in the context of the mapping of the syntax and the semantic values in order for it to work, and to create the encode, transmit, decode channels and the encode, decode alphabets. Like, this is so basically, oh my goodness gracious. So DNA was made by humans is their response. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness. Is this a kid? Is this just a dumb kid?
No, it's just an atheist. That's all.
Oh man, they just don't get the stupidity of their own arguments. Come on, Minnie. Come on in the stream. Let's give you a formal education of your dumbassery.
I feel like it's like a 15-year-old or something.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just kidding. So, Minnie, your age and what you do, your professional background, your knowledge. Are you a biochemist, a biologist? Have you studied this extensively, or are you only knowledgeable from talking points? Where are you?
I'm gonna bet on the latter.
Yeah, me too.
I'm thinking just talking points. This sounds like just talking points.
Yeah, it's ignorance. It's ignorance. Can't handle these people literally can't make a remotely constructive argument or analysis. Okay, and as regards to my beliefs, did you ask? Yes, I have asked multiple times now. And many, Karen, come into the stream. It's ridiculous.
Many's saying, do you think? Let me say this one. Sorry, let me go back to the chat here. Says, do you? Here we go. Are you saying that DNA is identical to our programming languages? No, we're saying it's more complex.
Way more complex.
I mean, it's a quaternary.
Full of the same essential structures and logic formulas, but way more complex.
Even Bill Gates backs that up. I mean, take it up with him.
An atheist trying to be smart, trying to think he's smart, or make, whatever.
So Minnie says their background is psychology, neuroscience, and autodictat. Okay. Then if you have that background, then you should be able to come on here and have a conversation with us about this whole deal. You keep claiming we're ignorant and don't know anything. And now I'm calling you ignorant because you are asking stupid questions and making stupid assertions, but then not being willing to come in here and back them up. You made them all over my channel. Apparently you spent hours over the last day and a half watching debates and different videos and leaving comments, rather long ones. So apparently you have all of these positions to challenge me on, and I'm not going to wait. I'm literally here in a stream. You want responses to your questions? Come on into the stream. Let's do it.
Yeah, pretending to be smart.
Michael, if you're going to go down signal theory, there is an intelligent agent in play. Intelligent agent in play that we are talking about here.
Maybe if Speed of Stupid is gonna decide to like interject and chase people out of the room, then maybe he should be muted.
You know what's funny about Speed is he's talking about like I don't think I ever muted him actually, but
I mean, he can't get an audience on his own.
But
Like, he has to get it.
he's afraid of the mute button. I've literally offered to respond to a video that doesn't even require us to interact.
Right.
And he will not create the video.
Yep.
But he comes in here and talks trash all day about how he's going to debunk me. Supposedly debunks me. And then...
Yeah, that was one heck of a debunking Speed. My goodness.
Yeah.
Boy, had to have our, buckle our seatbelts for that one. That was a rough go.
It's just crazy. Michael says we see a code. Was he talking about snowflakes or crystals or organizing? What is he talking about?
He can read.
Hang on, he might be. Oh, holy crap! We have
actually.
Hang on, Mini Karen is in the building. What's going on?
Okay, cool.
There you go.
Mini.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And if my accent doesn't come off too well, because I'm not a native speaker, so I'll repeat myself.
That's no problem. Where are you from?
I'm in Israeli.
Sorry, sorry, where did you say you're from?
Israel.
Oh, Israel. Okay, gotcha.
Uh-huh.
So you said your background is in psychology and neuroscience?
Yep.
In which context? Are you a psychologist or are you a neuroscientist from the medical side? Like, what's your focus?
So I have a BA in psychology and a master's in neuroscience, but it's been ages since I've practiced. I don't work in the field, so I read a lot, I watch a lot of stuff, but I'm not really up to date on current research and the hottest shit. I've downloaded a wonderful book on biosemiotics because of you. So hoping to get information back. Yeah.
Okay. So what is you obviously have been leaving a ridiculous amount of comments. So what are some of the top things you would like to discuss?
Well, I've been listening your talking points. I find many of them quite annoying.
Can you be specific?
And yeah, the whole let's say with biosemiotics. Are you aware that biosemiotics is defined as trying to find a natural explanation for signs in nature? That's the definition of biosemiotics.
I mean, I understand what the hang on. I understand what the objective is. Do you know what the original inception of biosemiotics was sparked by?
Okay, go ahead and tell me. We'll pretend I do.
A gigantic reason was the reality of the genetic code, and that the reality of the symbolic.
I'm not so sure, but okay, go ahead.
So you just downloaded a book on this, and it was your first one, or had you been reading about this for a long time?
Wait, sorry, 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm
yeah. Actually, yeah, you're good.
Okay, so sorry. From what I understand, biosemiotics started more with questions about the mind than DNA.
Okay.
Well,
so
what? Okay, so you were more interested in the question of what's the connection between the mind and the chemical or biological substrate, the subjective, because as soon as you have the biological, you have the subjective. So that's where biosemiotics come from, not DNA.
Okay. In what biosemiotics has turned into, it's been around since the 60s, right?
what it has turned into since 2000 in terms of biosemiotics, especially in the primary focus, or one of the primary focuses, has been on genetics and the symbolic representations that are being able to be represented by natural processes, but there's still are you arguing that there is not semantics and syntax?
No, I never said there was no semantics. Of course there is.
Okay, so I'm asking, that's why I'm clarifying with you. So you agree that there is semantics and syntax
Well,
and pragmatic.
there's at least the equivalence of it, yes.
Okay, so something that isn't equal to something else, is that semantic or otherwise or not?
Okay, so you're asking, are these signs? Like,
if something, we're talking in the abstract right now.
Yeah.
If something is equal to something else, but it is not the thing that it is equal to, does that require?
Then it is a sign. Yes, it is a sign.
Okay, so we're at semantics.
You're correct.
Okay.
That,
Yeah. So.
Sort of.
Now, it's either correct or it's incorrect.
Well, that's just it. Biosemiotics comes.
No. We're talking. Dude. We're talking.
Okay.
Hang on. Shut your mouth.
Look, semantic.
Hey, be quiet. We're setting a standard here. Okay. You're not going to sit here and answer a question yes, and then try and put caveats on every single one of them. Okay. We're moving we're stepping out of biosemiotics for right now. We're talking about general like definitions of words. Okay. If 010001 is equal to capital A, is it based on the semantic meaning that has been assigned? Does it always equal that?
Well, again, if you're talking about
in
human
binary,
language,
no, we're talking about in information theory.
Yes.
Once when you're mapping out a code base, do you assign a value to something?
Yes.
Okay, so in basic information systems, communication,
you have value assignation.
Do you
You have that? I agree.
Okay, so you have an encode and a decode alphabet, correct?
I don't know if it's an alphabet, but yes, you have
that's
the ability to code and decode.
That's literally the terminology that is used in information theory. This is
it's terminology borrowed from our languages.
Right, but you can assign anything to be the alphabet, but you have to have the equal representation for the code base, regardless of whether you're using the letter A as a square block of wood that has A carved on it, or it's pixels represented on a computer screen, or it is ink on a piece of paper. They all are equal to the letter A, but the medium which contains it is not relevant, correct?
Yes, I'm not talking again.
Hang on. Does the medium which contains?
No, of course not.
Okay, so in the context of biological signs, if the codon is representative of the amino acid, but does not become the amino acid, is representative of it, does it matter if the codon is AUG on my computer screen, AUG written on a piece of paper, or AUG in the nucleotide sequence when it means start? Yes or no?
So here's where we come to a
or
problem.
No. Yes or no? In a code base, in the genetic code of the data of the values that are assigned to the codon AUG, if it is interpreted as being start, does it matter if it is the nucleotides, if it is on a piece of paper?
No. Again, it is a sign. It is a message. I agree on that.
Okay, and it has a semantic meaning.
However, do not agree that it makes it completely identical to human language. It's not identical.
No. Right now we're talking. No. Hang on. Right now,
it has those properties.
Dude, hang on. Right now we're talking about code base. Okay, so we're talking about syntax and semantics right now. Correct?
Okay, so yes, DNA does translation. DNA or whatever, biological
what is
apparatuses.
What is the variable in the distinction, one of the primary distinctions between just a code and a language? What is the additional variable?
From just a code to a language?
What is
other than semantics and what
syntax?
pragmatics? I think.
Right, pragmatics, right? So are you arguing that pragmatics does not apply in, which is contextual meaning or contextual variation of a meaning of a semantic? Are you arguing that there is not pragmatics in genetics?
So again, are you asking me if a certain code in a specific context would mean something else?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
The code is context specific.
Okay, so it's
at least in
pragmatic.
some cases.
Okay, so you have syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, correct?
Sort of.
No, you either do.
You have the biological equivalence. Yes.
Okay, so something that would mean ABC in every context except for this one with this variable in place, which provides a new context, which now it equals this. You're saying that that's not actually literal comparison, or not just like it literally is pragmatics.
So again, it is not pragmatics because pragmatics is something humans came up with.
No.
This
no.
preceded humans. If anything,
humans did not come up.
You know how you like quoting Abel?
Humans did not come up with
that Abel quote that you like.
Humans did not come up with pragmatics.
Wait, just one second.
We determined what pragmatics is. We did not create pragmatics.
Can I just say one thing? You know how you like to quote Abel? That thing with genetics preceded the computer, whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually what that quote is really saying is that perhaps we came up with pragmatics because of our DNA. That because we are designed, we are built by our DNA, and our brains are built by our DNA, we keep on understanding the universe in similar ways. That's why we came up with the computer. And that's why you think you see pragmatics in DNA. It's the other way around.
Okay.
That's what Abel said,
my,
basically.
No.
Yes.
What Abel said is that we are now being able to interpret it.
Nope.
Yes. That is literally that is literally the point that he was making, is that for people to claim that we're making analogies, like that genetics are analogous to computers, it's literally the reverse. And
that reverse meaning?
So that the point is that to claim that the requirements for what we create in computational technologies.
Stop. No, that is not what it means.
Okay, then what the hell do you think
what it means is?
What do you think he's talking about in cybernetics? And the entire...
One second.
Hang on.
What Abel was saying is...
No, dude, are we going to pull up that paper and read it right now? Because he goes...
Go ahead.
He makes fun of...
Read your favorite quote.
Oh, no, we're just
the one you like so much.
Dude, I think I've used that quote like 3 times, bro.
I've heard a million. I know.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and make your point, bro. Continue.
So what I'm trying to say is that Abel's claim is that you were created by DNA. So if anything, your computer is an analogy to DNA. If any analogies apply,
yes, and
then it's the other analogy.
Okay.
Your computer and your programming languages are analogous to your DNA.
Right.
Not your DNA to your programming languages.
Right.
That's what Abel was saying.
Okay. Do you think that any computer programming language that we have devised, do you think any single one of them could ever create itself without an intelligent agent assigning the values to the code base?
Are human languages?
Could any programming language, could the programming languages that are enabling us to have this conversation right now, is there
Are you
any...
talking about, okay, the programming language we were using? No, it could not have come about. No.
Shut up, and I'm going to finish sentences.
Okay? I said no.
And then I will let you respond. Okay, we're going to have zero line of miscommunication on this, okay? I will finish sentences, I will let you talk, and then I will shut up and let you respond, okay? Is there any context where you think it is remotely logical, plausible, or probable that a code base in a programming language of any kind could create itself without an intelligent agent creating the syntax and assigning the semantics and the pragmatics of it?
For me, the answer is very simple. If you are talking about a programming language made by humans, well, apparently it needed humans. If you are talking about DNA, it's there. Who made it?
Okay, so so is it your conclusion that even though the fundamental requirements for DNA, the genetic code in our DNA, are directly equal to, and in many ways, vastly superior?
So you see, I don't know that.
It's not your turn. Do you state that is it your position that all of the requirements for a programming language exist in the genetic code?
Well, from what I understand, it behaves like a programming language. Yes.
Okay.
It has these properties, the properties of semantics, the properties of pragmatics. It has them, apparently.
Okay, so
that's what our science says.
Okay, so you are not disputing the fact that it is a programming language.
Again, I'm saying
I'm just clarifying. Just answer
that it
yes,
does
yes or no.
it does.
Yes or no.
Apparently, it has the same function as a programming language. It works as a programming language.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So are you now so if as a programming language, it has spatiotemporal variables and if-then functions with multiple subset if statements, if-else statements.
This is funny. Hey, by the way, Karen, speed of sound of gravity tells you to be worried about your sources. He thinks you should not use those sources. They're garbage sources.
Fine, we'll have a different discussion some other time.
I'm just saying, speed of sound of gravity is supposed to be backing you up. Says you're not allowed. You're not allowed to use.
That's
those
one
sources.
of the cool things that when I'm not bound by any law or belief system, we can have differing opinions, perhaps based on different sources. Perhaps you've read other things, and perhaps we're misunderstanding each other. But
he says that
that's okay.
they're pushing creationism and intelligent design, so you shouldn't listen to them anything they say about anything.
Well, that's actually another false statement by.
I know it is, but it's something.
Okay. Please, I'm not on the chat right now. I'm talking to you. Don't involve other people in this.
They always say that.
This is like my first time ever doing anything like this, and so stick to the subject.
All right. So, is it your position that if-then statements, spatiotemporal variables, and functional outcomes that require separate functions being executed in order to enable the end outcome, is it your position that those sorts of foresight required outcomes do not logically require a intelligent agent?
Can I ask you a question?
You can respond to my question, and then you can ask a question.
Okay, I can't answer yes or no to your questions. They're way more complex than you're making them.
No, they're more complex than that?
Okay, so when you talk about like simple if else, so what, like, I gave you that on a comment somewhere. If you have water, is
We've lost you. You're not coming through. Is anybody hearing anything?
Yeah, I don't hear him either.
I was gonna ask him if he knew how he became.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you're back now.
Yeah.
Okay. Last thing I heard from you was if you have water.
So, like, if you have water, okay, Does water have an if-else function saying
good Lord, you're talking about-
electrolyze if electric current, else stay water?
Already talked about negative.
I'm asking, is that an if-else function?
Okay, is that the undoing of a chemical bond?
Yes.
Okay. Does the undoing of that chemical bond have any kind of semantic information transfer and reading?
Well,
Yes
in
or
order
no?
to have
Yes
semantic
or- yes or
information, you need a
no?
biological agent.
Yes or no? Is there any?
You need a biological agent for
Okay,
semantic information, so apparently no.
Okay, so then why the hell are you even bringing that up as remotely related to the conversation?
Because the ability to
no.
make choices
Okay, do you
and have two states.
No. Is the current coming through that's causing that unbonding of the denaturation of the chemical bond? Is that being executed necessarily? It can be executed in a controlled function, but in general, is there a controlled process which is causing that to occur?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, but with
Now, can I ask you a different question?
No, you still haven't answered my original question on.
I'm trying to.
Well,
have you ever heard of a chemical called rhodopsin?
Dude, you cannot be asking.
Do you know what rhodopsin is?
Are you gonna? No, I'm not responding to your question until you answer my question. Otherwise, we're wasting time.
I'm trying to
No, you're going
answer
to answer my question. My answer is very simplistic. Or my question is very simple.
I'm trying.
No,
to
you're
answer.
dodging.
Trust me on this one.
No, answer my question first, and then you can expand. Do you?
Yes, it can rise naturally.
Okay, so you think that interdependent components that are executed separately, but must be executed at the same time separately in order to reach an external outcome or a third outcome?
I'll stop you. As long as you stay with biology, I will keep saying natural processes. I have no reason to say anything else.
Okay, what creates the controlled execution of these variables?
This is an interesting question.
What is required for the execution of these multiple variables?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What do you think it is? What do you have the highest belief it is?
Natural processes?
Okay, why?
Why
not?
What equals natural process in your mind? What is a natural process in your mind?
A natural process?
Yeah. Is
something that happens?
Are we talking about
something
physics?
that happens according to the laws which govern our universe?
Okay. So in that context, is the creation of paint a natural process, or is it the controlled execution of an intelligent agent on the manipulation of natural processes?
The creation of paint?
Yes.
Well, actually, nature makes all kinds of colorful stuff.
Paint,
but it does not make paint.
Paint with the chemical composition you would get at the store in a freaking paint can. How did
humans paint everything before? How did we dye? Where did our dyes come from?
Dude, we're talking.
We squashed snails.
That's not the question.
We made paints.
Dude,
and it's not a question.
Nature
No.
paints.
I'm being
Of course
very
it does.
in a can.
I'm being hyper specific here. Hyper specific.
Yes.
Freaking pay attention, dude. You obviously
Yes.
are an intelligent idiot, and you're trying to dodge on purpose. So,
Nope.
yeah, you are, man. You're obviously smart,
Nope.
and you cannot.
I
be
am answering you
No.
in the most precise way I can.
No, bullshit. I was hyper specific. The paint in the can at the hardware store that you're going to use to paint the walls of your house that has been created.
No,
I'm not done
okay.
yet. Be quiet. That has been, because apparently everything has to be hyper specified for you, or you're going to just try and dodge. So the paint was created with synthetic chemistry in a lab, the formula for which then that formula is now executed in a factory in a fully synthetic chemical process, which is then put into a freaking can and then sent to a store which you purchased. Okay. Now,
I was trying to say yes when you started.
I want clear delineation because you try to dodge everything.
Yeah. Nope.
Was the process
processes which were used in the lab to create the formula for that paint, were those the manipulation of natural forces, or could, just because it was used, physics and chemistry were used to create the formula, is it reasonable to conclude that without the chemist, that paint would create itself?
Oh, well, actually, given infinite time, yes, of course it would.
Okay.
Appealing to infinite possibilities,
Okay.
limited time
But
and space.
that's no. I want to make this very clear. I once
Infinite
stopped a friend of mine who's a PhD in chemistry, used to work at the Weizmann Institute, which is like serious stuff, if you've ever heard of it. It's like an Israeli research institute known worldwide, and she used to engineer there. She wasn't a researcher. She worked at engineering chemicals for the researchers.
Appealed.
And I asked her, tell me something. Given infinite time, will we get everything? Her answer was a definite yes.
Conjecture, irrelevant, pure conjecture, zero science, no evidence, nothing whatsoever.
Fine.
Pure conjecture.
Tell that to my PhD chemist. Tell that to biology, chemistry, and physics. Not to me.
Infinite possibilities.
Okay, dude. Let's think about this logically for 1 second. And I
agreed with you.
I really
for the sake of our argument, of course, that paint came from people making it. Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to ask you a direct question. Depending on what your answer is whether or not this conversation will continue. Given with an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of universes, with no intelligent agents, period. There are no intelligent agents at all, anywhere, for an infinite amount of time. Is there any scenario in which you think a freaking encyclopedia could create itself if there are no intelligent agents at all? I don't give a shit how much time there is. If there are zero intelligent agents, will an encyclopedia write itself? Go ahead. I'll take you off mute now. Go ahead.
He's going to say yes. He's going to say yes with given enough time.
No. I agree. The encyclopedia will not form itself. It is a human contraption. It has zero natural sense without humans. So
not even with infinite time?
Unless if you have infinite
Oh,
possibilities.
for God's sake.
Yeah.
That's what we say.
For God's sake.
Yeah. And you still haven't asked me what my beliefs are, have you?
What are your beliefs?
Moving on.
What are your beliefs?
Actually, I started off with that, and then he tried to. I actually asked that was my very first question, and then he tried to go down asking me questions.
It's really complicated.
Hang on. So let's be honest.
Why haven't you asked me? And it's complicated.
It's complicated.
I have literally asked you direct questions. You have not responded to a single one of them without trying to go off and completely deflect from actually answering them. And it's taking ridiculous amounts of specificity to get you to even quasi answer a question in any remotely coherent fashion, other than a bunch of word salad dodge fest. So, in not responding with other questions, what do you think is the cause of our existence?
What that like the very, 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 very first cause, or are we still on the DNA thing and the abiogenesis?
What made you a human?
Dude,
if we're still on the biology, natural processes, the laws of our universe, chemicals, nothing else.
Chemicals
no
made you
touch
a
required,
human?
no magic, no mind.
So you're a neuroscientist, or are you a nutcase? Which one?
Chemicals made you a human?
I could be both. They're not mutually exclusive.
That's very,
very
true.
You really think that chemicals made you a human? That's idolatry.
Kinda. Well,
That's
my
idolatry.
mommy and daddy made me a human, but yeah, we're chemicals,
the information
dude.
made you a human.
Okay,
Don't
bro.
be childish.
By the way, you still haven't answered what you believe. What do you believe?
I'm for the sake of the conversation, we'll go with theist.
Well,
we'll go with a believer.
Dude, that's not even honest. We're asking you what you believe, and you can't even tell us. I mean, bro, you've been dodging a lot.
Okay, do you want me to go?
And this
whoa,
is
whoa,
a very.
Do you want me to go?
Hold on.
Into
this
Jewish
is a
Kabbalah and try and explain to you
you're
what
a
I believe in?
Kabbalist?
No, seriously, dude. Do you want me to go into that and try and explain what I believe in? No, you don't. So
Are you a Kabbalist?
I believe in a thingy.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not an atheist. Let's put it down.
I think you're just a Jewish mystic who likes to believe in
No.
naturalism. That's what I think.
No.
But you're an idolater too?
Not a Jewish mystic.
You're
Dude,
an idolater?
if you believe any Kabbalah is mysticism. What do you what could you possibly hold on.
Biology,
what could you possibly
dude.
answer my question? What could you possibly hold in Kabbalism that you think would not qualify as mysticism? Give me one example. Just one. Give me a single one.
Okay. I could read the Rabbi Ashlag, who was the last living great Kabbalist, talking about the visual cortex. Would that be mysticism?
Was he a neuroscientist?
No, he was a philosopher, a theologian, a rabbi.
Then yes, that would be mysticism.
If he spoke of the visual cortex,
if he spoke of something on authority, with authority on something he had no reason to speak from authority from, yes, that's mysticism. But I'll yield.
I disagree. You should have read what he wrote. But what about if you are not 100% certain of the existence of a soul? Then all you should deal with is chemistry, biology, and physics.
Well, that's not Kabbalist.
Also from him. Is that mysticism?
Okay, that might be from one of your
idolatry.
leaders, and that might be one of his statements, but that's not Kabbalist. That's just a statement of naturalism, is all that is.
Yeah.
That's just
whatever.
a naturalistic statement. That's just one of your Kabbalist leaders said a naturalistic statement. That's all that is.
And
You're welcome
naturalism
to
is
take that up
idolatry.
with him.
And that's
He died
idolatry.
Yeah, that's
know how
exactly
long
why I
did,
wouldn't be able to take it up with him, wouldn't it?
80 years ago, he passed away. But go and read his books. I've
read several Kabbalist ancient manuscripts and the likes, and some of your traditions and the like. So no,
Okay.
I've been familiar.
Cool. So try and read Baal
Bro,
Hasiam.
I'm also part Jew, right?
But
Yeah, cool. I don't consider myself Jewish, so
What's that got to do with naturalism, though?
Yeah.
Exactly. So let's stick with the biology, please. We somehow moved into
the biology.
You said abiogenesis. You talked about abiogenesis. Where's your proof for any of that?
The naturalism is idolatry.
So again,
why?
proof for abiogenesis
Or anything close. Give me something close.
So from what I know, this is nowhere near my field of knowledge. They're working on it.
Oh,
I can live with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's some proof.
And they've had some good results.
What
but
results?
I'm not going to talk about stuff I'm
name
not
one result.
knowledgeable.
What result?
Oh, no. Just talk about that with someone who's more knowledgeable.
But you said results.
I don't have enough.
Well,
What?
I could.
I don't know. RNA on clay. No, seriously. And if I go with the
number one,
Miller,
RNA doesn't
whatever,
form
you're going
on
to say it's
clay.
an old article and.
Yeah, number one, RNA doesn't form on clay under prebiotic conditions.
Yeah, and the clay has to be very, very specially treated. None of which would have happened on prebiotic Earth at all.
Yeah, it's chemically.
It's chemically treated. It's chemically treated and irradiated.
That's cool. So, if we
also
can
need to kill
somehow bring about code or whatever you want to call it,
how
without an intelligence,
how
on special clay, that's a problem.
That would be guided chemistry with an intelligent agent present.
And what wouldn't count as guided
Clay
chemistry?
is not going to write programming.
Whoa. When would an experiment not count as guided chemistry? What kind of experiment would you accept?
When it's purely naturalistic based circumstances.
How?
So
When chemists remove chemicals and select them at a certain
remove
time.
oxygen, remove sunlight, just stop the experiment, start the experiment. All sorts of contrived operations go on that never exist in prebiotic chemistry.
Well, first of all, we are doing lab experiments. They require certain protocols.
Yeah, it just means we haven't been able to create anything. It just means we haven't been able to create anything with prebiotic conditions. Otherwise, stick prebiotic earth in a jar with chemicals and start growing stuff and see if you come up with something. Otherwise, you're just wasting our time.
Mm-hmm. So again, first of all, it's not me. I'm not doing abiogenesis studies, and that's not where we started the conversation.
Okay, so hang on. So have you actually ever read a paper on abiogenesis research?
Yes.
Okay, and have you read any on the specific clay problem that we're referring to in relation to the formation of RNA?
A clay problem? I'm not aware of a clay problem.
Okay, then obviously
you have a problem.
No, then obviously the answer is no, that you haven't, because the
They're isolated.
The abiogenesis researchers admit that the treated clay does not actually, it's not remotely plausible.
What do you mean they admit? Was this did the Inquisition torture this admission from them?
We actually have three.
What do you mean by admit?
Interviews. We actually have 3 interviews now with 2 different PhDs, both of which, and one's a biochemist and one's a synthetic chemist. One's a world-renowned synthetic chemist, James Tour, who's been quoted over 77,000 times, who confirmed all of this for us in interviews. Sir, you're behind the times on information.
Okay.
Go watch our videos. Go watch our videos.
I'm not. You haven't answered my question.
What's your question?
When you're saying that the scientists admit, what does admit mean? Does that mean it was tortured out of them? Did someone find out on the rumor mill, or
no? It means when they are directly questioned on the premise of, is this remotely plausible, or
without being directly questioned? Did they ever claim it was?
It was being put forth as in interviews and such. Oh yeah, we're getting super close. And then when other researchers looked at it and were like, "Wait a minute, this isn't remotely comparable to."
I'll have to look into it. Yeah, it sounds
okay.
weird.
So basically,
I'll have to look into it myself.
So basically, where you're at is you don't actually know a damn thing about this.
No, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so have they, as of 2020, without the use of previously existing enzymes and other catalysts, have they managed to get RNA to self-replicate?
Yes. You know what? I don't know the answer to that one.
Okay, well, the answer is
one you've got me stumped.
The answer to that is no.
Okay.
So they also, even the RNA they managed to get to form on their specially treated clay doesn't form a long enough chain to even have the remote plausibility of being functional and serving as a catalyst.
And it's certainly not going to make you a human.
They readily admit that in normal prebiotic environments, that this is what they have been able to get to form is not even remotely plausible in that scenario. So what they've been able to get to form isn't sufficient enough to accomplish the goal, while they simultaneously concede that in the prebiotic world, they wouldn't actually be able to get the little crap they have been able to get. So they're not even remotely close to even substantiating their own theory of RNA world.
It's also highly unstable.
So let's put it this way, okay? Wait. Let's stop.
Hang on. I'm going to take this one step further, and I'll let you talk. Okay, now here's the real conundrum, which is even if, and when they've created artificial chains of RNA that are long enough that and this is where coevolution comes into play, of like, oh, well, if we just have some short polypeptides that can serve as catalysts, then
If the RNA chain is long enough, then it can self-replicate. Okay, so let's examine what's actually happened when they have contrived these types of experiments. Well, what they've discovered, hang on, I'm not
John,
done yet.
is it
I am
okay if I
not
stop you for a
done yet,
second?
and I'm going to, and I'll let you talk, okay?
Go ahead.
Now, here's where it gets the conundrum for them is in those scenarios where they have like contrived the scenario, and wow, this super long RNA chain is starting to replicate. Guess what happens? It gets shorter. It literally shrinks.
Okay.
It cannot copy something longer than itself. It just deprecates.
So again, I'll have to read the study myself, but can we try this from a different approach, please?
Perhaps after you respond.
Let's assume that
hang on.
every single model.
If what I just said,
one second, please.
If what I just said is true, then are we remotely close based on your current knowledge of what you thought was true?
Oh no, we're not even remotely close.
Okay, well, you took a very different position not that long ago.
No, I didn't. I never said we were close.
So now we're not remotely close. A little, guys, back
I never said we were close.
Didn't he take
or remotely
didn't he
close.
act like we were really close like 30 minutes ago?
Well, I guess
no.
maybe,
I said I was certain
on.
that's the answer. I never said we were close.
You're kind of on the Kabbalist side, and you're kind of like you said earlier. You're kind of like a theist. I'm almost like kind of confused why you're even arguing with us. Like, shouldn't you just believe Yahweh created life and like let's just call it a day? Like, what's the issue here?
No.
Well,
no. And that's not how we pronounce it, and we don't pronounce it. So
now you say we, like we don't pronounce now that's also from
no we as in I live in Israel and everyone I know is Jewish and I was raised Jewish.
Call him Hashem.
So like in the Jewish tradition, we don't even, that's not how we would pronounce it, and we don't pronounce it.
Okay, yeah, no, I pronounce it American. Give me that. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, sure, but that's why that word is meaningless to me. It doesn't.
Okay, but okay, the God of the Old Testament, call him whatever, the great I am, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
Okay, why would you not? I mean, especially if you're aligning with Kabbalist teachings, why would you not gravitate towards the other Kabbalist teachings about the God of the Old Testament being the source of life and breath?
So, well, the way I was taught is that as soon as I have definite and knowledge of the supernatural or the soul or anything like that, that is when I can talk about that. So far, I don't have such knowledge. I've read about it, I've heard about it, I've talked about it, but I don't know. And until I know, now I haven't finished my sentence. Until I know, all I have is naturalism. When I know, we'll see.
Well, then you're not a theist. Then you're not.
No, for now, I'm a naturalist.
That's idolatry. To say the clay did it, that's idolatry.
Well, but that's fine.
Well,
but you
actually,
had said earlier,
if you want to go with idolatry, then according to Judaism, you're all idolaters. You are aware of it.
That's true.
So you want to go down the idolatry route?
We're
Really?
not saying it's clay. We're saying it's Hashem did it.
No. The moment you have like a crucifix, we're done. You're
modern
an idolater.
Modern Orthodox. Well,
okay. What
modern Orthodox Judaism makes us all heretics like that. That's just how they think. Kabbalists aren't any different.
Yeah, well,
but that's just their arbitrary decision. That's not anything necessarily aligned with truth. That's just something they've asserted. It's but really, what I was wondering.
If you want to get into theology, we can do that, but we're talking about biology right now.
Well, I was just wondering because he had said earlier he was a theist. He had said for the sake of the argument he was a theist, and then we were arguing
sort of
he wasn't. So I was getting confused. So I'm trying.
Basically, what this guy is nothing. He is I'm going to dance around. I'm going to say I'm this. Oh wait, I'm kind of sort of that. I'm not really this.
So
and when you're actually pinned down on something, you are like a snake.
I was trying to suggest something before again theology came into play regarding your questions about abiogenesis. I'll go. Let's try it this way. Let us assume that every single model of abiogenesis proposed so far has failed. Okay, let's assume that.
It has. It has. We already know.
Okay, fine. They have all failed. However, what is the alternative?
God.
Intelligent agent.
That's not an alternative, not a
Yes,
science.
it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but to
Okay.
say,
Let's
but to
okay. Hang on.
say that we're idolaters and naturalism isn't idolatry, that's an error on your part. You know what does it matter
All
what
right.
we
All right.
are?
Hang on. Let's think
If
about this
naturalism
logically.
is idolatry, you're an idolater.
Please,
Let's think about your.
please, enough with the theology, please.
Let's think about your. Let's think about your
Okay.
your illogic in your.
I mean,
position.
that's how it ties into theology. You're giving
Let-
credit to the clay.
What is abiogenesis and evolutionary theory other than forensic science?
What do you mean by forensic?
Well, it's trying to deduce something and the process by which something occurred rather than being able
Well,
to.
first of all, it's trying to
Hang on.
induce, not deduce, induce.
There's induction and deduction that's going on in this whole deal, but
Okay,
absolutely.
Whatever.
So obviously you're trying to play semantic games right now. So just shut your mouth because you're getting really annoying with this stuff, dude. Like, let's have adult conversation rather than trying to like nitpick every single thing. Like, I don't deal with that very well. Okay. If you can't, we're not nitpicking anymore. That's for like old ladies, which you're acting like. Now,
I'll try not to nitpick.
Where was I going with all this? Okay.
I said that God was an impossibility for science, and you wanted to tell me.
No, I'm asking you direct questions.
Go ahead.
Abiogenesis and evolutionary biology or forensic science. This is
What do you mean by forensic science? That they only test what, like, they only study stuff that they find?
They're trying to figure out how something happened.
Yes.
I mean, just like you're doing any type of forensics. Good Lord, man.
Mm-hmm. That's one part of it.
Okay. Now, they're trying to recreate something, okay, from a forensic perspective and now leveraging in the subset of the forensics is chemistry, mathematics, information theory are all being applied to try and solve the question.
Okay.
Now, the point you made was you said, oh, well, we go all the way back and we can't figure it out. Then what is the alternative? Well,
so wait, I want to stop you for a second.
Shut up, man. No. I will. With other guys, you can interrupt them, whatever. I don't care. With me, I'm going to finish my sentences. Okay, or I'm going to
go ahead
on mute. It's really getting annoying, man. Stop it. This is why towards the beginning of our conversation, I made the very distinct point about the stupid can of paint. If you came across, and this is a rhetorical question, if you came across a can of paint with a label and the freaking formula is written on the side of it, obviously you're going to immediately conclude that an intelligent agent created the paint.
I would even assume it was a human.
We don't care about whether or not it's a human. We're going to conclude that it was an intelligent agent.
Yeah, of course it's. Yeah, okay, cool.
Agent. Okay.
If it has the sticker and the formula.
Oh my God, dude, shut up.
Follow.
Seriously annoying, man. Okay. Now, this is extraordinarily basic connection point logic here. So now you're looking at this paint and it's, I wonder if I can figure out how to recreate this formula. Now, perhaps you were able to recreate the formula through deduction, analysis of the structure, and trying out different processes in which to reach the end molecular structure that's required for that particular paint. Now, you would say, wow, I reconstructed the prior actions of an intelligent agent. Now, let's say you came across a wall that was clearly painted with this paint. Now, you might not be able to, because of the bond, the way it's all done now, you might not be able to reconstruct the formula. But you'd say, that's probably painted. Now, going back to abiogenesis, let's say we go through we spend all this time, and the eventual conclusion is that there is, but we're operating from the perspective of, hey, let's just throw a bunch of things. Let's try all these different random processes and see if we can end up getting the formula. Then we come to the realization, wait a minute, we can't do it from random process. But we can recreate it in a very controlled, step-by-step process, we are able to recreate it. The conclusion now is it can't happen randomly, but it can happen in a very controlled, intelligent agent-directed outcome. That is the exact same trajectory of abiogenesis. Is everything's failing. Oh, wait, there is no other option. Oh, wait, it must. Well, we just haven't found it yet. When everything about chemistry that we're discovering is moving the goalpost further and further away. However, we know these chemical constructs are possible because we observe them. We know they're possible. But the premise and the plausibility of it being done randomly is getting further and further away. And that is exemplified by the fact that what they're doing in the lab, per their own admission, is highly contrived and not even remotely similar to prebiotic Earth, because they recognize it's not remotely plausible in the prebiotic condition. So the only chance of being able to pull it off is through controlled process directed by an intelligent agent. How would you not conclude that even if they do pull it off through those processes, that's not just gigantic evidence for both deduction and induction of the intelligent agent being required? Like, this is such, and then that's before you even apply, that's just from a chemistry perspective, that's before you even apply the information theory requirement for the genetic code, which in no other context would come into existence without the intelligent agent. So we have things both from a chemistry perspective and an information theory perspective and an engineering perspective that all are, in any other context, would require a mind with foreknowledge and creative thought in order to execute. Yet people such as yourself claim that that is A, not evidence for the intelligent agent, and B, somehow evidence in favor of undirected naturalism. It makes no sense. All right, your turn. You've muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I have to go back. I have a few points. First of all, when we talked about is it just forensics, I just want to mention that it also makes testable predictions and then sees if what we expect actually happens in nature. Not just forensics, not just, gathering evidence. We also do experiments.
Okay,
and
what the
so
hell do you
far,
think? What do you think blood spatter analysis is? Are you making a prediction based on a trajectory?
In blood, yeah.
Okay, so you're making a prediction based on a trajectory of a bullet and a known spread pattern. Okay, that's still
cool.
That's,
so
that's
long as
still
we
forensics.
so
It's still
forensics, fine. Fine. If you accept that we also make predictions and tests, fine. So I'm trying to find my train of thought. So look, basically it boils down to this. First of all, when you say in every other context, you cannot say that. All you can say is in every other context that I am aware of. There is so much you are unaware of. So how can you say in any other context? No. In any other context known to you.
Okay, would in any
is that? Do you disagree with this?
No. From a potential infinite, yes. In plausible reality, could the door handle, which enables you to open and close your door, and the hinge associated with it, and the mechanism for the latch, is there any remotely plausible scenario where the engineering behind that and the mechanics would not require a designer, in your opinion?
So again, you did not actually answer. You keep saying I'm dodging, but basically, you cannot say anything about stuff you've never seen.
I just directly answered your question and said that hypothetically, in an infinite, it might be possible, but that's not
a door, a hinge, as we designed them. No, of course not.
Okay, so
but a mechanism
if somebody
operates as a door.
Now, if somebody has their leg blown off and they have an artificial hip and leg attached, so they're unable to walk again, is there any scenario in which the joints and the physics and the mechanics that are required for that custom piece of machinery to be implemented in the joints for it?
Again, there's no need to go to,
is there any scenario where that would ever create itself? Yes or no?
The machine leg, the cybernetic leg? No.
Yes. Okay.
Probably not.
Okay,
it will probably not form itself. No.
Probably not. Hey,
the
guys,
cybernetic one.
Hey guys, does it feel like we're talking to a Israeli?
Again,
version?
when I say probably, it won't.
Guys, are we talking to an
Israeli? That? It will not form itself.
Are we
the
talking?
Cybernetic leg will not
it feels like a repeat of John Anthony not knowing whether
I'm
or not
saying
his
again,
freaking hat,
the cybernetic leg
whether or
will
not knowing whether
itself.
or not his freaking hat needed to be designed by someone.
Again, the cybernetic leg will not form by itself. We agree. A cybernetic leg
is
made by humans.
Is the joint in the hip and the femur connected to? Is that joint that is both in the one in your hip you're born with and the one that is cybernetic? Do they both have blueprints and a data set schematic of what they are?
Yeah, not exactly. One of them does. The other, not so much.
Really?
Well,
because they look, except in the cases where the data is corrupted in in humans, for example, they might be slightly bigger, slightly smaller, thicker, but the design logic behind them are all the exact same. Oh wait,
see, you just went with design logic. I do not agree with you. There is no design logic.
Okay.
The knee is a knee.
Okay, you're an idiot, dude. You're an absolute idiot. So
cool.
Cool.
So is the heart a pump?
Yeah. It's like you weren't made to be a human.
Is the heart a pump?
It functions as a pump, yes.
Yeah. Does it have valves?
Yes.
Okay. Are the valves that humans designed that are completely and utterly patterned after the ones in our hearts? Are you saying that the ones that were designed after looking at the ones in the heart don't indicate that there was a design logic that was being copied?
Because of how good it works.
Why would they?
So you're saying there wasn't?
Why would our valves indicate there was design logic behind the heart's valve?
Because
how does that work?
Better.
To copy them,
because it works.
And then to create additional ones that have slight variations but are based on the same core logic. Are you not having to copy logic?
No. Again, okay. So
dude,
see,
okay.
Logic.
I'm done with you, man. I'm done with you. This is ridiculous, man. Like, I assume you have a relatively high IQ, but you have no common sense.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
I mean,
I can copy lots of things. That doesn't mean they were designed.
Just stop believing in clay, okay?
You can stop
believing in clay.
Oh my god. Okay. So you are are you suggesting that there is not mathematical computation in relation to the ratios that enable us to walk?
So again, the computation is happening, but it is biological. It is not.
What the flying F do you think information is, dude?
Okay. So
okay,
John,
no. Okay, look, dude, you are okay. I'm getting frustrated with this guy. I gotta get up. I'm about to wrap this up. Okay, when you are running down a street and you see a hole that is like a sinkhole, the road is collapsing in front of you, and then you have to jump, is a calculation of the force, the angle, trajectory, etc., that you're going to have to follow to escape the sinkhole and be able to jump to safety. In order for your brain to send the signals to your muscles, is there mathematical calculations being executed by your brain and then expressed through your physical systems? Go ahead.
So again, does the brain and do the brain and the body somehow derive the exact amount of force, the angle, etc., etc., etc.? Yes.
Okay, so computation is being done that is actual real information, correct? Okay, if that's a yeah, I'm done with this guy, man. Yeah, Smokey, if you want to continue this, I gotta go to sleep.
I kind of, I mean, I kind of want to. I just want to ask a couple quick questions because I feel like he had said something a little bit interesting earlier, in that like.
Go ahead. You guys talk. I'm gonna get ready for bed, and then I'll wrap this up.
Okay, yeah, just a couple minutes. LPP. I just wanted to kind of run this down because I don't think. Here's the thing, Karen. I don't think you want to believe in anything other than naturalism, because I think it's kind of seems like, I mean, you don't know the naturalistic processes that would necessarily justify your belief that they're all naturalistic. But you just want to believe that. You just kind of want to go on faith that you'll be able to find naturalistic processes someday, or someday naturalistic processes will eventually explain it. And then you'll be validated. But what we're saying is that, we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait for them to basically just all of you guys to constantly say, I don't know, but not God. And until you have proof of God or some sort of, absolute empirical, definitive, thing to show God, then we're not going to accept it. Even if the induction, let me finish. Even if all the induction and deduction is pointing to it, we're not going to consider that as even evidence. We need it to be actual, observable, scientific, and that's just not realistic to us. Basically, you paint yourself what happens, just so you know, when you do this is what you paint yourself to us. You're not a rational skeptic. You're an irrational, hopeless cynic that can't possibly be convinced, no matter what you could possibly be.
But we have a problem.
Realistic.
You said it yourself. If you cannot present evidence.
Well, no, we can. It's just not a realistic to meet your unrealistic standard of evidence. That's the problem. You haven't. See, here's the problem. You haven't actually provided with us any type of definitive understanding of what your standard of evidence is. All you've said is the only evidence so far is naturalistic. Yeah, we agree, because that's generally the only type of thing that's going to be observable. So that's not an argument. That's just a statement of your psychology.
If it's not observable, then.
So unless you're going to give us an actual, well, here's the thing. Here's what you don't get, Kieran. If it was observable, repeatable, testable, it wouldn't be natural. I mean, I'm sorry. I take that back. It wouldn't be supernatural. If it was observable,
I got that.
It wouldn't be supernatural. Okay, so you requiring it to always see it naturally means you are literally incapable of believing anything supernatural. That's by your own standard and your own admission.
Yeah. So, look. Basically, the reason you can say that so far, according to you, and let's say that's actually true, so far abiogenesis has failed.
We're going to say it's absolutely true unless you refute it.
Okay, no. Listen to me, please. You're saying so far abiogenesis has failed, right?
Sure. That's not what we're talking about
Okay.
right now, but okay.
How can you determine that it has failed?
Because there's no single naturalistic mechanism or theory or hypothesis that can possibly explain it outside
Cool.
of an intelligent design.
When can I determine if the God hypothesis failed? How do I determine that?
Well, you have to falsify the God claims.
How?
Which I don't know if you've really spent any time doing or looking into. I think you just
how do you falsify them?
How did
Well, you
God
look
fail?
into them. You see if they're consistent or they're contradictory or they actually comport with reality. That's how you actually look into the claims. Because God. Well, let me ask you something, Kieran. Is God allowed to choose how he wants to reveal himself, or does he has to do it the way that Kieran wants?
Okay, first of all, it's many.
Just answer
Karen
the
is my.
Just answer the. I'm sorry, I don't mean to mispronounce it. What's your name again?
That's cool. Many.
Many. Okay, many.
M-E-N-Y.
Okay.
Like you say, one too many.
I saw the last name. I thought that was more.
Yeah, it's cool.
Thing. Okay, many. Okay, many. So you understand what I'm getting at, right?
I understand what you're getting at. So okay. I'll give you an example that is very obvious to me, okay? If I go and open a certain book known as the Bible and turn to chapter 1, and I read that plants were created before there was a sun.
No. Negative. 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 Negative.
Plants on Tuesday, sun on Wednesday.
Negative. Negative. Wow. Bara and what's the other one for create? The one that create from nothing and the one to reveal. The one to reveal. Yeah. The sun was created before, and then the sun was revealed on the earth. That's how it worked. That's how it worked, and that's exactly what the text. Dude, you're a Jew. You should freaking know better, bro. It's two different words there. You haven't even looked at the scholarly interpretations. You're a joke. Dude.
I know what you're talking
Seriously?
about.
Heavens.
Yeah, the difference between in English you don't have those.
Yeah, we don't do that in English. So you're a Jew and you should know better. I'm educating you on a Jewish interpretation of our historical text, man. That's a shameful scenario.
So, first of all, I'm not sure I agree with the way Jews are reading it now. Because I'm not sure that's what it originally meant.
That's how the Jews have always read it. Do you want me to go way back in time and try to pull some references for you? The fact that they interpreted hold on, that they interpreted Yom as an indefinite period of time when they were reading the text.
No, that I agree with. That I agree with.
So if the ancient Jews were interpreting it a certain way, and I'm telling you how the ancient Jews interpret it, who the hell are you to tell me they were wrong?
Well, dude, I never said wrong. I said I would like to look at it.
Wait a minute, they wrote it. Who the hell are you?
They wrote it.
I said that if you have sources showing that Yatzar and Bara were used in that way in ancient times, I would like to see them, please.
Dude, that was
a request.
Dude, that is ancient Hebrew language semantics. That's
so again, I agree that the two different words are there.
Dude, Bara means to what? Create from nothing? From absolutely nothing, right?
Ex nihilo, yeah. Bara is from nothing and Yatzar is from something.
That's the verb that's used in Genesis 1:1.
And then
when it comes to revealing the sun later on, it's a different verb.
Okay, so
it's not bara.
We agree. I agree that is the current way of reading it.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Dude, you're pissing me off. If your interpretation's correct, the way that you're trying to force it into the text, they would have used bara on both instances. You're trying to force your eisegesis into the text to make your stupid point. Don't tell me.
So that's why I'm asking you, could you
I'm telling you,
please...
you're an idiot about it now. So what else do you want to say? Otherwise, they would have used the same word twice. Your point is stupid.
So is the text correct?
There was no
not correct?
point. I was asking you to please give me the most ancient use of those words. I would really love to know. I do not know the answer to that.
What I can give you right now is the scholarly interpretation, and that's it. This is the scholarly interpretation.
Okay.
You want me to go back?
So the scholar, we agree.
We agree. I have to go back into the database, and I have to go search. And by the way, if I have to do that for someone, if I have to put that much work into proving someone,
that's not a problem.
Then you
I
will
speak
admit,
Hebrew.
Okay,
I can find it easier than you. I'll look it up myself. It's cool.
Many,
cool.
shut the hell up. If I go back and find that reference, that means you will admit that you're a grade A moron and you have no clue what you're talking about. If I go find it, will you do that?
Guys, have a nice
You're a
day.
grade A moron. You have no clue what you're talking about. You should not comment.
So I have not used such language
Would
at
you?
any time, and
If you
I'm
make
no longer
me
having
find
fun
that
here.
reference, will you admit it?
Dude,
So you disagree
I
with
do not
what
respond well to this
Torah
kind of
says?
language. Have a great day, my friends.
Do
Bye-bye.
you agree with what the Torah says?
Coward cockroach. Yeah, you know what? See, that's it. When he gets backed into the corner, once I finally nail him on this stuff and how nonsensical it is, and by the way, he'll take an interpretation that no single Jew takes. Not one. And I would dare him to go find me one. Not one scholar, not one historian, not one would interpret it the way that he wants it to. Only the dumb fundamentalists, the extreme edges interpret it this way.
He's holding naturalism above the Lord God. Yeah,
He is, and he uses stupid interpretations in order to do it. That's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. What a waste of time. What a waste of time.
It could be.
I really don't know how to handle this kind of stuff. It's getting frustrating of just the level of
He was going to defend against that garbage interpretation. He was going to defend against that garbage interpretation, and then he was going to backpedal afterwards once he realized how stupid it was to say that. Like, you know, they have no spine. Atheists have no integrity. They have no character. They have no consistency. They have no morality. They are truly trash can people. I
didn't even know that there was two different words used in the creation. What you're saying, but I knew that the heavens and the earth were created on the first day.
Yeah, they were created, and we had an opaque atmosphere. This is actually backed up through geological sciences and things we know about our history. And then the atmosphere became transparent. That's when God revealed finally the sun to the earth, and then the plants come. It's just, you know, they don't want to actually interpret the text with any type of actual intellectual honesty, lest they be shown for the complete degenerate morons they actually are.
But I've been saying that pretty much all by myself among all.
Well, now you got scholarly backing for it there, Jargon. It's a scholarly point that you're making. So good call there.
Yeah. Yeah, it just made sense to me that way.
It's based on the actual uses of the wordage. So yeah, no, absolutely. And he would try to pull. You know what? I dare any of you moron degenerate atheists that find this video, come challenge me on Genesis 1. Go ahead. Come challenge me on Genesis 1 and 2, please. By all means. Let me show you how incredibly incompetent and inept you are at digesting one of the most important pieces of human literature in all of history. Go ahead. I'll be happy to give you a free college course on that.
So he was basically trying to say that the text is wrong. The Torah is wrong, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, that's basically what he was trying to do. Yep, exactly. Well, I don't accept the Jewish interpretation. Oh, you want to accept the naturalistic, literalistic, make it false interpretation. Yeah, that makes sense, dude. Yeah, what a good Jew you are. Unbelievable. What a joke. Yeah. What a joke. What a disaster of a human being that is.
You can't have fun when you take the naturalistic view.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. You know, once you dig even a little deeper, that's, you know, by the way, guys, I do totally like the whole like science stuff too, and I'm still learning and all that, but like I like digging into the meat of some of this stuff and like really pulling it back a few layers and finding out what makes these people tick, because usually it's just nothing but garbage.
Well, he's believing in clay, what he's not supposed to believe in.
Yeah, chemically treated, specially irradiated, never would exist on prebiotic earth clay. Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, which all came into existence by Hashem, you know?
Yeah, I feel like I have to do a stream after this because now I'm wired. I need to pick something. I think I need to pick something to review.
Well, Smokey, why don't you guys, why don't we send everybody over to your channel? Because I got to go to sleep.
And
yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna pick something, guys. Give me 15 minutes and I'll go live. Just let me pick something to do and entertain myself, and we'll do something fun. Maybe we'll just hang out. I don't know. Give me 15 minutes. We'll figure it out.
If I don't show up, it means I probably fell asleep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and by the way, to answer speed as opposed to niceties, this is the thing. You know, I'm so sick of this garbage about niceties. Let me end with this, by the way. You know, in terms of the nicety speed, you know what? You can tell someone you like them and you think they're the best person in the world while you're sliding a knife slowly into their back between their rib cage right into their heart so that you can kill them slowly with your degenerate, amoral, disgusting worldview that you're trying to force on us and tell us is something benign and progressive and good, and it's nothing but pure social cancer. You know, that's different. You know, niceties don't mean anything. The toxic snake in the grass that is nice, like Paulosia and Dr. Josh. No. I see through them. They're transparent. I don't care about niceties. Niceties are irrelevant. If you're ignorant, evil, trash, you're gonna get called out for it. I'm sorry.
All right, so it looks like Smokey, Lord Voldemort. I think he wants to talk to you.
Well, let him come in. He can come in. Fine, I'll just do an open mic. Fuck it.
Well,
yeah, no, I mean, whatever. If he wants to, you know what, anyone wants to come in, I don't care. I think Kevin Shea was saying something earlier too. Let's see if someone shows up.
Well, guys, I fell asleep just before this show started.
Poor Nicholas. Welcome, brother. Good to see you.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna tell you guys. This morning, Godless Engineer emailed me and invited me on his channel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I have no idea why he would do that, and so I was trying not to like scare him away, but then he changed his mind.
You know, I like this kind of like dynamic that I seem to have been going on lately. And just to share this real quickly, because I think I kind of see it. Like, there's this kind of dynamic, there's this synergy going on with the brotherhood in this circle where each one of us seem to be interacting with similar people, but in very, very different ways. And like some very, very different works are going on in the backgrounds too. Like CJ, after I had a series of very vitriolic exchanges and comments with Matthew Steele, Matthew Steele had a very interesting, nice, pleasant conversation with CJ, of which I participated, posing lots of interesting questions in chat, of which he answered honestly and directly, and really with a thoughtful moment of consideration. So I have to give him some credit. I don't know. Maybe our debate tomorrow won't be such a disaster, Maddox. I don't know. It might be fun.
Yeah.
Well, I think you guys can win the debate. I mean, Matthew Steele and I are good friends. Right after that interview was over, Matthew and I actually started our Bible exploration late because he was in that interview with CJ. But even though we're good friends, I still think that people argue against him easily enough. Theists do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Negation of P might give us a little bit of a runner for our money on the philosophy side because he's kind of part of that Steve McRae circle. But I think I got it managed, especially if the primary topic is about a secular moralistic, frame of reference. I think I have enough operable knowledge on those to probably contend easily enough.
Isn't the debate Christian or atheist ethics?
It is. It is a basis of, I believe it's the basis of Christian morals and basis of atheistic morals, which the atheists don't have a lot to go off of other than the secular humanistic paradigm, as far as I'm aware of, which is the twin pillars of reciprocity and empathy. So, I mean, I got plenty of arguments to just completely annihilate that if that's where they go, unless they come up with something really unconventional, like, I don't know, philosophical moral realism. Maybe they go that route, but I guess we'll have to see.
And I'm very interested to see Negation of P. I don't know him yet. So I'm scheduling the after show right now. I've been waiting for James to make it public before I do, but I'm going to stop waiting now.
Okay.
The schedule for the after show, so I'm putting that up.
Cool. Yeah, beautiful, bro. Awesome. Good stuff. Well, we'll do that tomorrow then. 6 o'clock. 9 o'clock. What is it tomorrow, LP? What is it? 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern or
no,
Pacific?
It's 8 Eastern, I think.
No, 9 Eastern. It's 8 o'clock your time.
No. It's
Oh, that's right. No, you switched it.
Originally it was 9. Originally it was 9 Eastern. Now it's 8 Eastern.
Okay, so now it's 5 o'clock my time. Okay, perfect. All right, cool.
Okay, so I'll schedule my show for 10 Eastern.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's about right.
Awesome. All right, guys, we'll head over to my channel in about 15 minutes. We'll get a stream going. We'll do a little hangout maybe for an hour or two.
All right, folks. Everybody have a great night and enjoy yourselves. Have a good one. Have fun over on Smokey's channel.
Speed of Smoke. Speed of Smoke's channel.
And and hopefully, actually, I would be very entertained if Lord Voldemort came onto the live stream.
Yeah, he won't.
That would be worthwhile to
he won't. He won't go outside his echo chamber. I'm confident of it. He knows he's worthless. He knows he embarrasses himself every time he talks in any type of contended fashion. So I know he's done with it. He's not going to show up.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, guys. Take care. God bless.